Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 22-part video series showing you how to create a M house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New and then click on Architecture Template and then press OK. First, we click on the Save and then save it to the location that you want to. So I name it KRKK House. And then before I click Save, I'm going to click on the option. So I'm going to change this to maximum backup of 5. If you want 1, you could just put in 1. If you're a beginner, around 10 to 20 is good enough so that you could go back to the save files if you make a mistake. So for me, I'm just going to put it 5 because that's safe for me. And then press OK and then save. So once you're saved, now the units that we're going to use, so I'm going to type in UN and then we're going to use millimeters for this. So we're going to add in grid lines. So it's under architecture and then here is the grid line. So you can either type in GR or click on this button. So I'm going to type in GR to make it faster. You don't need to look for it right here or click here. So if you want to be fast, it's better to remember the keynotes or the hotkeys. So here I'm gonna click on the bottom going at the top. This is the elevation markers. So for example, if you click on this, it will go to the elevation that you want. So this is north, south, east, and west. So for me, what I want to do is I want to click it inside the elevation markers. The reason for that is, so when I click on one of the elevation right here, or if I click this one, I will be able to visualize the model. Because I received some of the comments that once they click on the elevation right here, they're not seeing their model. It's probably the reason for that is this marker is, for example, right here, or it's too far or something like that. So you can move this. So if you have a bigger layout, you can easily move this in or out, depending on how big your layout is or floor plan. So now I'm going to click at the bottom, going at the top. I want to make sure that it's 90 degrees and it's not putting in a different angle. If you want to zoom in, it will start with a number. So number 1. You can either press escape and then escape again. You can keep on adding, but it's easier to have a proper sizing or distancing. So what I usually do is I press escape multiple times and then select this one again. You can select that and then type in CO, that is copy. It's under modify command. So here you can click on copy once you select that, and then you can grab it again, and now you can move it on the right side. And then you can type, so 6,000 from 1 to 2. It will sequence it properly. So 1, 2, and then sequence it properly up to 3 or wherever you want. So now I'm going to click copy again. This is still live. But as you notice, multiple is unchecked. That's why it didn't um, give me the option of adding more. So now if I click here and grab it here, if I put in the dimension again, 4440, and then enter. Now I don't need to click on copy again because I can keep on adding from it. But right now I'm gonna press escape because I'm only adding 1, 2, and 3 grid lines. So press escape and then escape again. So once you have the grid lines, the vertical grid lines, now we're gonna add in horizontal. So here for horizontal, instead of numbers, I want letters. So I'm gonna click grid line or type in GR. So once you type GR, now I'm gonna zoom out and then I'm going to click it from the right side to the left side. But now it's starting to create the sequence from the last time that we do. This will be 4. So now we're gonna correct that. Press escape and then escape again. You're gonna zoom in, click on the grid bubble, which is right here. Select that, click that, and then now we're gonna add in capital A. And then click on the space. Zoom out. Then once we create more grid line, horizontal grid lines, it will sequence it properly again. So now this is still selected, or if you not want, I'm gonna press escape. I'm just gonna select that, and then this will be changed to this. You'll be able to select the copy right here, or you could type in CO. Multiple is already checked because we check it already when we're adding the number 3 grid line. So it will register the last thing that you did. So now I'm gonna grab that and then I'm gonna pull it down. I want to make sure that my angle is 90 degrees to make sure that everything is aligned properly. Now I'm going to type in 3480. As you can see, it created B grid line. I'm going to type in 3716. That's for C. And then 2080, 1300. And then here, we're going to add 2 more, which will be 1134 and then 4066. Press escape and then escape again. So now, if you notice, our grid bubbles are only at the top and on the left side. For if you want to add grid lines on each end, what you have to do is you could just select and then check this. So you will need to do that on all of them in order for you to see each bubble on each end. And then for some reason, if you don't want it on the left side, you can uncheck it as well. So here I'm gonna check this one. And there we go. And then now, if you notice, I'm just gonna press escape again. The grid or the elevation tags are not in the middle. So what I could do is you can even move this. So it's easy to move if you notice. I'm gonna undo that. But instead, I'm gonna select all the grid lines and then just move it in the middle like that so that everything is covered. But here, what I want to do is I want to pull this out and pull this upwards. So if you notice, you just need to press escape again. You just need to select one grid line. And if you see, there is a dash line right there, indicating that everything is unleveled. And if you move one of them, it will move all. So now I'm going to clean this up. I'm going to select one. Sorry, just select one. I want to make sure that everything will follow as well. So this one, it needs to be locked right there. So it didn't follow. So now I just need to make sure that everything is aligned like that. So here, everything is aligned. So I'm going to pull it up and everything will move like I want it to. And then from here, what we're going to do is we're going to add dimensions. So what we usually do is we add dimension on each grid line like so, and then an overall. Here we're going to add dimensions again, and then an overall. And then if you notice, E and F is overlapping. So to fix this, you will need to add an elbow. In order to add elbow, I'm going to press escape multiple times, select the F, and then here there's a zigzag, a very small zigzag. And then it will, once you hover on that, it will say add elbow, which will you click. And then now once you click it, it will create an elbow. And then now you can manipulate that. So to give that space, and then here I'm going to add it again. And then we're going to flip it on the other side just to have some separation. Press escape multiple times. And we're ready to add walls. Let's go to our south elevation first. Then from our south elevation, we're going to add in our levels. So from level 1 to level 2, I'm going to change this. So here, level 1 is at 0. I'm going to change this to ground. So I want to make sure that everything is capital. So ground, press yes, because it's just saying that once you change that, it will change here as well. That's fine. Now, from ground, I want to change this to level 1, but I want to change this to 600. And then here, we could select level 1. We will name it to level 1. We have the same problem here. Select it, and then look for the zigzag to add an elbow. Now you can manipulate the elbow like so. Now, I want to add a level. So from level 1 to level 2, you can go to architecture and then select level or LL. So let's add a level. So here, the only problem here is you will need to estimate the height that you want. So sometimes it's time consuming like that. What you can also do is select level 1, select copy right here, and then grab it and then pull it up. You want 3000 for the height. Press enter. So now we have level 2, level 1. Now we could add in another level, which will be the roof. But we're just going to call it level 3. So here we're going to copy again, grab it, and then another 3000 for the height. So now, if you notice, we will need to pull this up. So one of the reasons that we need to pull it out is, for example, if we go to level 1. In level 1, we have the grid lines. It's showing all the grid lines right here. But now, and then if you notice, we're here in south elevation. Level 2 and level 3 is not appearing on our floor plan. What you need to do is, you need to go to view, go to plan views, floor plan, and then you will just need to highlight level 2 and level 3. So you could hold on shift, select level 2, and then if you have more than enough, you can select the last one by holding on shift and then selecting the bottom. For now, we just have 2. So I'm going to do that and then press OK. Now level 2 and level 3 appears here. But if you notice, in level 2, we don't have the vertical grid lines. And then in level 3, we don't have anything at all. That's because we haven't pulled this up yet. So now once we pull this up, grab it right there and pull it up like so. That's good enough. If we notice level 2, we have still grid lines right here. And then level 3, we have this one. So that's the reason that sometimes when you go to levels, it's not appearing yet. So now, let's go back and check all our elevation. Make sure everything is appearing or stretched. So here, this is not stretched. That's why it's not appearing on our level 3. So here, once we stretch this up, let's go back to level 3 and it will appear. So here, we just need to keep on checking on all our elevation. Everything is stretched enough that it will intersect, and then we're good again. We just need to go to ground, and then from ground, we can manipulate everything again. So thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we set up our levels, our grid lines, and we added dimensions to our project. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So now let's go back to architecture, click on wall, and here we have a basic generic 200 millimeters wall. If we check, we have different kinds of walls that are pre-installed in our Revit. So for example, if you don't see the generic 200 millimeters anymore, what you can do is you can select one of this, and then from here, you can just click on edit type. You will need to click on duplicate. We will start by adding exterior wall number 1. Press OK and click on edit. And then from here, we could delete the exterior side, which is this one. And then here is the interior side, which are these ones. The core boundary, structure, and then core boundaries, those are the ones that you cannot delete. So now, this is already highlighted. Click on delete, and we deleted those. If you see this is grayed out now, you cannot click the delete button for the core, structure, and core boundaries. Now we're going to go here, delete this, and delete that. Now, what we could do is we could select this thickness. We're going to maintain the 200 millimeters, and let's select our finish. I'm going to type in gypsum wallboard, GY, and then it will appear right here. I'm going to select that and then press OK. And then from here, let's click on OK, OK, and then now we are ready to add. Before we click anything else, what I want you to do is I want you to notice that our base constraint is from our ground, and then our top constraint is unconnected. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this to level 2 and then click apply. Once you change it here, this will be changed as well. So you can do it either here or either here. So here we could just click level 3 and it will change it right here as well. So either or, you can change it. We're going to maintain wall center line, and then the chain is checked already. So now we're ready. Let's zoom in. We're going to start by clicking on A1, which is right here. Then A3, going down to G3, but we're going to add something here later on. Go click on G2, going back to E2, going around here to E1, and going back to A1. We're going to go here and then look for the midpoint. We're just going to go back here around 1300. And then here, close it off like that. Type in TR, that's under modify, that's trim and extend. You can click this one as well, same thing. Select the walls, and then the walls right here. So now we're good right here. We have a notch on this area. This will be the main entrance or the foyer. After that, we're going to add in interior wall. So go to architecture, click on wall, and then from here, edit type, duplicate, change it to interior wall number 1. Press OK, edit, and then here we're just gonna maintain the gypsum wallboard. So usually I like to start with all white, and then from there I will quickly change the materials once we're at the end of our videos or our series. So most of the time around 10th video or video 10, we're going to change those. So here, we're going to add in our interior walls. So now let's start by adding a wall in between the F right here. Around 3000 is good enough. And then after that, go down. And then here, we're going to type in 1100. And then go back again. So this will be our powder room. After that, we're going to click here at B3 and then let's type in 3165. And then here we're going to close this off like so. And then we're going to add in a wall right here. And then from that wall, I'm going to press escape. I want it to be around 1960 right there. And then now I'm just going to use my TR, that's trim and extend, to extend this. Then I'm going to add the pantry around here. This will be going to the C. So I could select here and then type in CS. So what it does is I'll be able to instantly add interior wall or anything that I selected so that I don't need to keep on looking for those. So that's create similar, which is right here under modify again. So now I'm going to select here. I'm going to type in 1850. So from my C1, 1850, and then the height will be 2480. And then close it off like that. Then this will be my carport, and I will need somewhere right here so that I'll be able to access or to have an entrance right here. So here I'm just going to add something right here with the size of 1500 and then close it off. So I just want my middle or my line to be in the middle right here. And then here we could basically extend this. This will be now 1850, and then we'll be able to close it off later on because we could extend this one on the right side or the left side. So with pretty much it's something that is flexible. So if you want to add more space right here, you can move this one. It's movable. So for now, I'm going to put it right here, and we could basically intersect this part. Or we could just add in, select this, CS, and then move this one right there. And then TR, trim and extend. So now you have something that looks like this. So 1500, and then here, just connect that, and then you're freely to do whatever you want here. If you want to to have this space. So this space, I'm gonna put this as a playroom or an extra room because we will have the dining here. We're gonna put in the stairs. This will be the maid's counter. So we're going to add in. So I'm going to click on and get the midpoint right here. And then this will be their washroom. So I have the driver and the maid's quarter right here. They will have their own washroom and it will be accessible at the outside right here. And then I will have the kitchen right here and then the living room. We will have the pantry right here and a small breakfast nook right here. So we could add in a couch right about here. And this will be the play area, carport, powder room with a closet right about here, a small closet, and then our foyer or main entrance right here. So that's the plan that we're planning to do. So now what I'm planning to do is we're going to add in the doors. So let's go to Insert, Load Family, and click on Doors. First, we're going to add in the main entrance. I want the double door. So I'm going to look for it, which is the one at the top. So exterior double door full glass wood clad. Press OK. And then we're just going to add in 1500 by 2000. I think that's more than enough for the space. Because if we're going to load everything, it will just make the file bigger and slower. So this one, that's fine enough. Once you do, you can type in DI or you need to go back to architecture. So DR or this icon. So DR, we'll be able to add the one that we just added. After that, if you notice into our doors, we have some preloaded M underscore single underscore flush. I don't like this because this one doesn't have a doorknob or door leveler. So they don't have that. So what I usually do or load is the one in residentials again. And then we could add in one of this. One panel, two panel doors. So I'm going to use this one. Click on Open. And then here, what I usually do is I load everything. So I'm going to select the one at the top, hold on Shift, and select the one at the bottom. So once I load that, I could press OK. And it's just saying that you're loading everything. Do you want to continue? And yes, I want to continue. Now, once I click on the door or type in DR, I'll be able to add those doors. So here, what I'm going to add is something that is 600 by 2000. We can even change it again to 700 by 2000. So I'm going to do that. And then after this, I'm going to select this wall, CS, and then I'm going to load something like here. This will be my small closet right here. And then I'll be able to divide them later on. So let's finish. So I'm going to select the 700 by 2000. That will be my common size for the door. So CS, I'm going to add it right here as well. And then facing right here, but clicking on spacebar. So in order to face it on each way, you just need to hover into your mouse, whatever size, and then the orientation is the spacebar. And then you just need to click, and that's how you add it. If you want to make this one here bigger, you can do so by adding 900 by 2000. So we could do that as well. Here, you can do that 9000 by 900 by 2000. So now let's select this one again, and let's add it right here. I'm going to select here, on going this face and this face. But I know this is too big for the space, so I'm going to make this one around 700 by 2000. I think that's perfect for this space. And then now I'm going to select this CS, and I'm going to add right here, and then CS, select that, and then I want to move it onto this side. Now that's perfect. I just want to double check the size right here. I want to increase this around 3200, 3250. I think that's good enough size so that we could add in proper single beds right here. So then let's add in the same door for our pantry. So here I'm going to add it on this side like that. And then for the door here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this one. I want to add the same door, French door, for our playroom right here. Then on this area, I'm going to provide this one. This will be called sliding door. It will be on the second link. So what you need to do is just drop and drag that one. It will convert from Revit 2018 to 2020. So just to let you know, Revit is not backward compatible. So, but if you have an older file, it can convert it to the newer one. You just need to save it. But in terms of me saving this, for example, to a 2017 file, some of you asked me that before, but that's something that we cannot do. So I'm going to select this one for now, and then I'm going to resize this. So I'm going to select this. I want to click it, open. I want to check the handle as well. And then here, edit type. You want to make sure that you don't have any gap. So 0, 0, 0 for the gap. And then for the size, let's change this to 2500 for the width of the entire sliding door. Click apply. So you just need to wait for it to process, and then there you go. Now we can move this one onto this space. So that's about right, because we're going to add in the kitchen right about here on this space. So we could just leave it like that for now. And then here we'll have the living room, which we will have, which will be open above. So it will be seen above here, and then also here it will be the window right here is from below to above. So it will be a grand, and then it will have a high ceiling. So here what we could do is we could just quickly insert the toilet. So let's go back here, go to plumbing, architecture, equipment, sorry, fixtures, and then here let's click on water closet. We just need the 2D for now. So click on open and then CM. So the technique is to load them individually so that you can add them as soon as you can, in order for you not to keep on looking for them anymore. Because for example, if you keep on loading everything, and then here once you click component, it's going to be hard for you to look for it later on. So for me, insert them in and then load them here and then attach them. So here, load them again, go back, go to the sink, and then here, let's choose the square, open, and then CM, and then attach the sink right here. And then that's perfect. Now I'm going to select this door, CM or CS, add it here, but we're going to just make this one smaller. This is for the closet. So I'm happy enough for this one to be like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start adding the doors, and then we also added the sink and then the toilet. And what I'm just gonna change here is, instead of ground, we need to put this one on level 1. So I'm going to select all the doors as much as I can. To do this fast is you can select all instances and visible in the view. So you will need to right click on it. So once you right click, you can keep on selecting by holding on the control button and then keep on selecting the others that is not selected. Here we're going to select the sink and the toilet as well. And then after this, we could just unselect one, basically the sink. So hold on shift and unselect that, because this one is grayed out and it's not changing it. So basically the toilet is the one that making this one grayed out, and you won't be able to change it. So as you can see, just to double check it, it's making it grayed out. So here we're gonna unselect this and then select this, because this is a 2D element and all of them are 3D element as well. So now I want it to be on level 1 instead of ground. And then the next time that we're going to add furniture should be on level 1. So I just want to point that out. That's something that I made a mistake on, but now we did figure out and then we did change it. So now everything is leveled 1, which is correct. Because on the ground, those are excavated areas. And then we will need to place obviously the ground level on the ground here on our floor plan. And then we will just have steps or stairs to go up. So it's elevated. So now what we can do is we can add in some beds right here. So we need to go to insert, load family, and then let's go to go to furniture, and then beds, and we have this bed box right here. We could use this. This will be good enough. And then, like I told you on the other one at the time, you should insert or load your family. So I'm gonna type in CM, and then we could just change this one to twin. The orientation should be like this, and then this one for like that. Also, we could select this now. Let's see if we could just add it, because still this one is something that you cannot um, fix. So we could just CS and then click level 1. So we could fix that problem. And then we could just add it on that floor. So now we could just delete it right here. And as you can see, so we need to go back. This one. So let's just add. So we could just delete that CM and then just delete it on the correct level. Now we could just close this off. We don't need it. And then from here, you can CS, and then we could add it right here. And then let's select the sink as well, CS. And then to change orientation, if you need to, is spacebar, and then we're going to just add it right about here. So we still have room for the shower. And then after this, let's go to insert and then go back again. Let's go to seating or tables first, and then let's add in this dining table right here. Click open, CM, and then we're going to add the dining area right here. So that's good enough. If you select that, edit type, we'll be able to change dimension here if we want to. And then we could go and load family again. So insert, load family, and then let's get the seating. Here we could choose this one, this chair. So click on open, CM, and then let's add different orientation. So we're going to add it like that. And then there we go. I'm planning to make this one bigger. We could duplicate this, or we could just change the width right here. So it's up to you if you want to maintain this size. But For me, I'm going to change this to 900 just to make it bigger. So as you can see, it becomes bigger. I'm gonna select this and then click on array midpoint, or not array actually, mirror draw axis, and then select this 3 and then select this one. We could use this because there's an axis that is showing right here, which is the midpoint, so it's easier. If nothing is showing earlier, you could use the draw axis. So those are the different points. So here you can draw wherever midpoint you can see, and then you will be able to add that. So I like the placement of our dining here. I'm just putting it in the middle, and then we could put anything around here. Like I said earlier, this will be stairs. And then let's just add the kitchen right here and then the living area. And then we have a breakfast nook here. So breakfast area. So it will have some benching and then a table right here. This will be the pantry, so I think it's a good idea to add in some annotate or detail line. What I usually use is thin lines first, like that, and then we could change this one to demolish after. There we go. Now that we have this one, we could use this demolish line, CS, and then let's just add our rod right here. So that's done. And then for the sink, this thin line, CS, to use it quickly. And then let's add like that there. Also right here. So the surface right here. And then let's finish this off by adding the shower. So let's go to insert, load family, go back again, and then let's go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then shower. Let's add this shower and then click open. Before we see M, what we could do is go back to architecture, or actually it's around here, align dimension. You can type in DI and then click on tab so that it will change it highlighted area. So here I want it right here, so I could do this, and then I want it here, maybe up to here, so around probably 800. So now type in CM, that will be your shower. I'm going to add it in the corner right here. Now I'm gonna select that, edit type, duplicate. I'm gonna name this shower 1. And then we could have different sizes. So here 1318, probably 1318, and then we have 800 like we said, and then press OK, and exactly right there we have our shower. Now we could just delete here and delete there, and then we have that one finish. We have our pantry finish, and then we could add in our living room or living area. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to insert, load family, Go back here, go back to furniture, and then select seating first, and then let's add this chair. Click open, CM, and then add it right here. Okay, and then load family again. Let's add the bigger sofa, spacebar to change orientation, somewhere right here. That's good enough. And then let's add in the living coffee table. So we're gonna go back here, table, and then coffee table right here. CM, let's add it in the middle first. Let's change the size. And then I think this one will be good enough. You can basically edit it if you want to. I showed you guys how to do that. You can either duplicate this or change the dimension instantly right here. So I'm happy with that. And then let's add in the entertainment right here. So let's load family, go back here, and then go to storage. And then we have an entertainment center right here. Click on open and then type in CM. Spacebar. And then here we could just move this one back so that we could have a good spacing. What I'm gonna do with this is I want it to be exactly on this area. So I'm gonna use my align dimension, DI, and then select this wall up to this wall. Click spacebar so that you'll be able to select not in the midpoint but on the edge. So like that. Not on the midpoint but on the edge or the face. So you could just maneuver your cursor, your arrow. So you just need to scroll it down and try to make it work. So that's good right here. We could just move this one a bit more because we're gonna expand this. We're gonna expand this to 4509. So now we could just click on edit. I know I'm just gonna add this one time. So I'm just going to add the width should be right here. 4509. How about the height? I want it to be from below, from the floor going up. And I know that our floor is 3,000 millimeters. When we created our levels. So I'm going to show you that first. I'm going to click on apply first and then OK. If we go and check our south elevation, like you said, see this is from level 1 to level 2. This is 3,000. Once we create a floor, it will be going 200. 200 because that's the plan thickness that I'm going to add here. So this will be 200 from here. So it will be placing right there. So what will happen is it will take away 200 from the floor, from the ceiling. So now we're going to add, or we're going to change this to 2800. Click apply and then OK. Now we're going to move this. So you could go back to modify, click on move MV, and then add it there, up to there. So it's a perfect area for that. Now, if you want to double check, you could add in a section view from here and then double click it there. As you can see, from floor up to above, and then that's minus 200 because we're gonna add a floor right there. So knowing that we're going to add minus 200 here, we're going to do that on the kitchen as well. So don't delete this yet, because once we go to our kitchen, we just need to click here, and then we could just flip the section going here, and then we're gonna manually add the kitchen right here. So I'm happy with this. Um, we could basically just move this one back a bit more so we have some space. So before we finish this off, I want to add the breakfast nook. So here, what I'm planning to do is, um, instead of adding furniture right here, I'm gonna quickly create, annotate detailed lines, and I'm gonna use thin lines to just draw it. Um, Usually, we could basically add a perfect view right here. So I'm just going to quickly create a breakfast nook, and then just to show it from the floor plan. So here, AL, and then we could just move it backwards like that. And then to just add more detail, let's just divide this like that. Maybe if we're going to showcase the interior, we could create a family, but at the moment, just to make it quicker to showcase that, we could have this one like that. And then to make it more nicer, detailed, and then let's use fillet arc to have a nicer curve at the end. Now it looks much better. So we could just add that one later on. So in the next video, we're gonna start off by adding the stairs and then the playroom as well here. We're gonna finish up. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add furniture, and here we finalized some of the furniture for the living area, and then the dining area, and the breakfast nook. And then we added some details for our pantry, and then for our closet right here, and then obviously for the top right here as well. So we're gonna continue working on this um, by adding on the stairs. So we're going to just add a U type stairs. So nothing biggie, nothing different, or nothing difficult. So we just need to go back to architecture and then click on stairs. So right here, um, what we need to do is we just need to make sure that the base level is level 1, which is what we're on right now, and then up to level 2. So we're going to start by changing this to, let's make this one 14. And then if this one pops up, you just need to press OK. That's fine. So now, reason we're going to do 14 is we're going to add 7 going up and then 7 as well for the next half or the second half. So first half and then second half. This is a U-shaped stairs, so that's easy to do. So I'm going to add 7. As you can see, if I zoom in, it's saying that 7 riser created and then 7 remaining. So that's fine. So I'm going to click here. And then after that, I'm going to click on the side like this. So now it created the landing right here that you can basically change. What I usually do is I click finish first. Save your project if it asks you to save. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that and then just move it to the place that I want to. So I want it to be immediately going right here. So what I will need to do is I'm going to edit this, and then we could just make this one longer like this. So the landing, if you want to change the width right here, just select it and then you could change the width. But for now, I like the way it looks. 1000 is the default, and then here it's good enough to have separation like that. So click on finish. Now I'm just going to push it back a little bit more. So it's still aligned. If you notice, it's showing the up area right here. At least I want the below to have some area here to put some storage if you want. So what we could do is we could flip this. It's easy to flip by just clicking on the arrow right here. Now it turned around, and then the up, you will need to go here just to go up right there. And then this is the up area right here, the second half. So now I'm good with this. So now what we could do is we could add in the floor. So we have floor for our level 1. So here we're going to architecture, click on floor, edit type, and then duplicate this. This will be floor number 1. Press OK. Edit again. We could change the thickness here to 200. And then for the material, something stone. So we could go down right here, down again, or click it down to show all the folders. And then we have stone here. We could use this filled stone, put it up, apply OK, and then OK again. Now, what we're going to do is we could select the pick line so that we could just select the interior part of the wall, like so. We're just going to go around here. The reason that I'm putting it in the exterior part or the interior part because I don't want it to be showing at the exterior part right here. You can in the real world it's supposed to be in the core area or the midpoint, but that's up to you to decide. This is just the design phase and not the construction phase. So basically in construction phase, if you want it to be ready, you just need to put it in the middle so that when you create a design or a section wall, you'll be able to show the connection between the floor and the wall. Um, so it's up to you. For me, what I usually do is I just put it in the interior part because I know if I want it to be converted in construction phase, I can easily do this changes. Okay, so now I have it on my interior face, and then now if I click finish, if there is overlapping, it will let me know. Once I have it, that means I'm successful to do it. It is in the first floor level. Let's check the 3D to see that we have floors. So right there, we have floor on the level 1. And then like I said, we need to add um, some stairs right here. And also, we will need to add a door going out right here. So that's something that I just noticed as well. So we need to add it, make sure it's on level 1, which is good. And then let's go to our ground area. And then let's add in it will be another floor. So let's go and select floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 2. This will be concrete. So we could just type in CON. And then we have concretes that are already here. Let's use the precast at the moment. And then let's add the floor right about here. That's the floor for the garage or the carport, not the garage. And then we're going to add grass in the area. So we're going to click on floor again and then edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 3. And then let's add in the grass. Pull it up like that, apply, and then OK, and then OK. So grass will be around the area, and then also it will be in between a stone steps. So we will basically just add the floor at the moment, and then we're going to edit that later on. It's not final yet. We just want to make sure to add everything first, and then we're going to edit later on. So it's easier to do for now, and then edit will be faster. So here I'm going to pick line to make it fast. We can trim this, TR, trim this, just delete one of this, and then TR again to make it fast. Uh, we're going to add in probably a wood slat right here, or wood floor for the backyard before the grass around. So we could actually push this one up like so. We could just do that edit later on. I'm just preparing everything so that it's easier for us. And I want to show you guys what we're doing. Okay. And then the 3D, let's change this to fine so that we could see where the doorknobs are. And then we need to do that as well before we send it to Twinmotion. So we're basically making it ready for us. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a wall that this will be our boundary wall. So I'm gonna call it like that. I'm gonna edit this, duplicate, boundary wall, edit, 200 thickness will be fine. And then here, what we could change is just make it as a different finish. So we could just add a different concrete. Maybe we could just use this one, pull it up. I don't think we use it yet. So I'm gonna click apply, okay, and then okay. So basically our setback is 2 millimeters or 2000, sorry, 2 meters or 2000 millimeters from the from the sides. The front is 3 meters. And then here we could just put this one as around 2 meters as well. So I'm going to quickly add wall like so, and make sure this is 90 degrees. So I'm going to delete this. CS to add it quickly. And then here, I'm going to grab it from there and then make it 2000. This one, let's grab it. This is fine. 2000. This one should be 2000. Let's make this one 3000. So that's fine. And we could just edit quickly. And then for now, I'm going to add a wall like here. Select that wall. I want this one to be 3000. And then let's trim this so that we have our boundary wall all covered. And obviously we're going to add the gate right here. So now what we could do is we could edit the grass, edit boundary. As you can see, it's easy to just move this one along. Plus, we have the ability to do it faster if we could just type in AL, that's align, and then we could just select this and then select that. Select here and then select that. And then that's easy to show. And then now what we could do is select here and then right here. And then we could edit this one and then pull it back right there. And then for here, we're going to put grass as well. So I'm going to pick line and just to go around here. And then I'm going to use this so that I could just do this. Now I'm going to trim and extend TR, and then here trim and extend right here. We could click finish, and that will be finished as well. Here, edit, and then AL, select this line, and then there we go. So at least I showed you how easy it is, and then how fast to edit any boundaries, so that you'll be able to create fast. And then now what we could do is we could add in squares and rectangles on our grass. So here I'm going to edit the grass portion. This will be the grass portion. I'm going to add a rectangle. We're going to have a stairs right here. So I'm just going to add this for now. And then we could basically edit this one later on. So copy CO, make sure multiple is checked, because we could just add multiples like this. As you can see, it's easy. If we click finish, this will be a void. It looks like a void area. And then we're going to add floors for that. So concrete flooring just for steps around this. So now I'm going to add some squares. So let's make this one 600 by 600. And then select this, copy CO, and then let's add it from 800 so that the spacing is good. And then we could just manually nudge this one like so. And then we need to add it around this area. So we're going to copy this CO, and then let's add it here for now, because we don't have the, I'm gonna add it right here like that, and then right about here in the midpoint. And then let's add it around 880. So here we could just nudge it like that, and then now we could just grab it. I think 880 is too much, so we're just going to grab it, copy it from here, and then let's keep on adding it. Now that we added a lot, we could just copy it from here. And then as you can see, it's very quick to add. And then here we're going to just copy all of this, and then copy it on the other side. And then now we have access on each side. We're just going to copy here. Somewhere right here, we could just add. And then once we click finish and then see it in 3D, like I said earlier, it will look like that. This one, the border or the boundary wall, we need to put it to ground floor, apply, up to level 2 minus top offset, probably 1500 for now, or negative 1500 should be negative. And then we're going to showcase this area later on. So in the next video, we're going to add another floor, which is another type of concrete, and then we're going to uh, elevate it a little bit, like the way we minus the top offset. Now it will be a positive offset, so that it will have there, and then this will be the grass. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the boundary wall and then the grass area and the concrete area. Now, I'm just going to show you guys that we still need to add in the steps for the surrounding, because as of the moment, this is void in the spot. Now we're gonna quickly add another floor with the different concrete materials so that we could differentiate that later on. So now, under architecture, click on floor again, and then this is floor number 3. We need to duplicate this to 4. Floor number 4, edit, and then here, let's maintain the 200 millimeters, and then let's change this to concrete. So let's click here, and then maybe let's use this. Apply, okay, okay, and then okay. Now we're gonna select this rectangle, and then we're going to add this one. What we could do is we could select this one again, and then click on copy, and then copy multiple. Now we could just add it in the corner. If the corner doesn't give it, you just need to select or click on tab. So now we just need to quickly add those. And then once we do this, we could copy this for the other side, and then it will be done just like that. Okay, so we could add, we're almost done for this side. So this side is done, and then we could just add it from here. So I'm gonna copy it up to here, and then click on copy again, and then select it from the corner to this corner, and then there we go. Now we could just quickly select this again, and then click on copy, and then add it from that corner. For this area, let's finish this one right here. So select copy again, and then click it from the corner. Here, what you can do is you can just pick line, or you could even select it from rectangle like that. So there's multiple ways to do this. And then now we need a height offset of probably around 20 only. I just want it to be at the top. So now let's pull it down to the ground. And then from the ground, as you can see, it's uh, showing at the top a little bit, 20 millimeters. So that's good enough because we're going to add grass all around. So next thing we're going to do is let's go to ground because we're going to add in the deck here. It will be wood. So let's click on floor again and then edit, duplicate, floor number 5. Click on edit so that we could change the materials before we add it. And then click here, here, and then look for wood. And then let's select something right here, maybe this one. And then apply OK. And then now we could use this again if you want, but this is a simple rectangle. So we could just select rectangle right here and then quickly add it like that. So click finish. And if we notice, that looks good. I want the same incline from the top. So it's 20. We could make it increase. So to 50. Let's see how it looks. That looks good as well. So it's a little bit inclined at the top. And then as well right here. So we have right here. And it's looking good. Obviously, we're going to add a gate right here for the cars. And also a gate right here for front towards the main door or main entrance. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to ground again, and then we need to add the stairs right here. So how we're gonna do it is by selecting the stairs. So it's under architecture and then click on stairs. Here we're going to change it from precast stairs. So we're going to add it. Now it's going to be ground to level 1. It's fine right now. We're going to add maybe 3 or 4. I think around, yeah, 4 is good enough. So here, I'm going to add it like that. If we click finish, from down to up, let's see the orientation is correct, which is not. So you just need to select the stairs, and then we just need to flip it right here. Now, once you flip it, it's very small arrow and it's not showing properly, but you just need to know that it's around this line. And then with the text, so here you just need to click that to flip it around. Now let's go to 3D. We don't need this, and then this. Next is I want to make this one longer to stretch it more. So what we could do is click here, edit type. We can duplicate this. Probably we could name this as main entrance stairs, and then just click OK and then select it again so that we just finalize the naming. After that, we could stretch the actual depth right here. So I want it to be around probably 600 each. So now it looks a lot bigger. Let's do probably 400. And then let's see it once we fix this. Click finish first. AL, click here, and then at the back like that. Now it looks like this. So it looks fine to me. I like the way it looks, but I want this one to be boxed out like that. So I want this one to be boxed in, and then I don't want this end right like that. So let's click on edit type right here. I'm going to change it. I'm going to select this, and then here, um, the underside, what we have right now is smooth. If we change this to stepped, I'm going to show you how it looks. So now it's not slanted like earlier, but it's like step. We could change it again, and then it doesn't matter because the way that I like it to be structured is from below. So if I change it to 600, which is the height of from ground to floor, it will look like it's boxed in. Now I don't want this. This is the end. So end connection is notch. I don't want that. So I want it to be straight cut. Click apply, and this one will be straight cut like that. So next thing we need to do is we just need to edit the stairs. Let's go back to ground, and then we could stretch this the way we like it. There we go. Once we stretch it, we can click finish again, and then if we see, it will look like that. If you want it to be slanted, I could show you how you can do it. So here, run. If you want it to be slanted, you just need to click that, which we already have. So if you wanted to have some threads, the thread is the one at the top. And then if you want a riser as well. So here, if you click those, you can change the thickness from here. Apply, okay, okay. Now you will have something that looks like this. Concrete at the side, and then you have some backing right here for the riser, and then the thread will be like that. Now it's up to you to change the materials. You could put concrete to wood. So it's up to you right here. You can change the materials. Once you uncheck this, this will be all monolithic material, which will be concrete. So I'm gonna uncheck this one. Let's click unslanted, click apply, apply. So now it will look like that. For me, that's good enough. Now we're going to add the same one right here, 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 and then here. So what you could do is you could just simply copy it. We have the same height, and then now what we just need to do is edit so that we could just decrease the width a little bit. So that's good. I'm happy with the way it looks right here. I'm gonna copy that, select, add it right here, and then I'm going to rotate it 90 on this side. So now I'm gonna move this right here, but as you can see, this is too much. So I'm gonna change the depth to 275. So once you do that, it only changes from here. So move this, and then move it like that. You could delete this or you could just push it right there. But for now, I'm just going to leave it like that. It doesn't matter to me. And then now I'm going to copy this one right here and then put it around here. And then what we could do is just rotate it. Oops. We have it around. So rotate it 180. And then just push it out. And then AL, align it from this to there. Let's look at it. And it looks like that. Now we just need to stretch it a bit by editing the stairs and then stretch it a bit like that. If you don't like how the depth, what you could do is you could just change the depth right here, 300, so that it doesn't take up all the space right here. Now it looks much better. And for all of that. And then let's just open this up. So SL, save this, and then let's just cut it from here. And then we could just delete this and pull this one like that. And then also right here, SL for the gate right here. So we're going to put the gate around here. And then I just want to double check that we have boundary walls. And then let's check level 1 if we have everything added. So here I'm just going to flip this because on the next video we're going to add the kitchen. But before that, what we could do is we could add a room separator. So I'm gonna add a room separator going right here. So I'm just gonna leave this one on the side for now. Click this room separator. There we go. That's for the kitchen. This is for the dining. We have for the stairs. For the entrance as well. So this one, let's delete this and then just add this one right here. So at least the foyer or the main entrance, powder room, stairs, it's already blocked. And then we have this breakfast. Nope. So we could click here and then room separator. So it's ready to be tagged. And then the living area. What we could do is we could add in a room separator for the carport. I think it's easier to add this one so that we could at least tag this one. and then we have around here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the stairs and also the surroundings, like these concrete steps right here. And then we separate all the rooms or area, and we're going to start doing the kitchen. So here, just gonna put it right here. The kitchen will be linear like this with an island right here in the middle. So what I'm gonna do is go to architecture, click right here, and then model in place. We're going to look for generic model, press OK, and then OK. Now we're gonna start by adding the base for our cabinet. So I'm gonna click on extrusion, and then we're gonna start from the level 1. So work plane level 1, that's correct. And then we want it to be extruded up to 900. So that's about right for that. Click here, and then let's go up to right here, because we're going to add the fridge right here. In terms of depth, I want to put it around, I think 600 is good enough. And then we're just going to start here for now. Change the material. Let's add a wood material first. So let's go to wood, and then I'm going to use something different so that we could just differentiate that one once we go to Twinmotion. So this one will be the base material, and then like we could just click on finish and then finish again. If we look at it at 3D, it will look like just a box, but we're going to clean it up as we go along. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clean up. So I'm going to click on edit this. So edit the in place, and then we're going to have a kickboard or kick plate right here. So now go back to create, and then we're going to add a void extrusion. We're going to select the void extrusion, or instead of void extrusion, I think it's better if we just, so I'm going to edit this in place again, and then void sweep is a lot easier because we could just select the path just like that, and then we could create a profile. Go back here, select this, edit profile, and then now what we could do is we could just add the profile that we want. So I want it to be 100 only, and then the depth is around 50 is good enough. Click finish, and then go back here and then click finish again. Then click on cut geometry, it will be cut, and now it looks like a proper base kitchen. There we go. What we could also do is we could create the top. Um, we could go back here, select this one, edit in place. We're gonna add the top. So from the extrusion, click extrusion. It is still on level 1, but we're gonna start the extrusion to the 900 mark. Why is that? Because we know that the height is 900. Now we want the thickness to be 25. So we're going to put extrusion N to 925. And then the material, it should be stone. Because most of the top is stone. So now click here. We already used this, so we're going to use this one. Click apply. OK. And then now we just need to create the rectangle. It's basically the same as the top. And then here is the cut plate. So we're just going to do that. Later on, we could just move this one actually 610 because we're going to add 10 um, inches or 25, 625 for the door for the kitchen. So we're just going to add 625, click finish, and then finish. And then look what we've created. That looks very nice. Where we will put the um, fridge right here. And then we're still not yet done because we're going to add a void right here. So now let's add in. So we need to insert something. So let's go back to level 1. Let's insert that first so that we could create the void form on that. So load, it will be the sink for this. So plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then sink. And then we could add in kitchen sink, which is this one. Click open and then CM. And then let's add it right about in the middle. We could select this. Counter height is 900. We're going to change this to 925. Edit. And then the depth, let's change this to 500. Click apply and then OK. Now it clearly fits inside. And then now we just need to click create a void. So as you can see, the bottom is not showing because it's just at the top of the cabinets or the base cabinet. So now let's select this extrusion, edit in place, and then now we need to create a void extrusion. We're going to use this rectangle and then let's click on rectangle like this. I always want to go over the line right here because there's still a face here for the sink. So I want that to be shown, and usually that is like stainless steel or some steel material. So now I'm happy with this. Click finish. Before you click finish again, let's go to 3D to observe what we created. Most of the time it will be below right here. We just need to click right there. So that's the void form. We need to extend it downwards and above as well. And then click on cut geometry. And then now it's showing everything. It's showing the below right here. So that's fine. We just need to click finish again, and we're good to go. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to create an extrusion from the section that we created or we flipped earlier. So now we could just select here. So escape and then select, double click here. Now we need to create an extrusion again, a model in place. So go back to architecture, click on component with the drop down arrow and then model in place, and then click on generic model. This will be generic model number 2. And then here, extrusion, we need to pick the plane, which is the plane right here. I know it's the front because it's not highlighting the one that we did the kick plate. So now I'm going to select this, and then let's add in some cabinets. What I usually do is I'm going to click on rectangle and then 10 millimeters around. So here I'm going to flip this, so space bar, and then select right there. So I have a border for 10 millimeters around, and then from here I will create some lines in order to divide them all together properly. I always want to add a line in the middle where the sink are, and then I'm going to align it right here, and then from there I will check everything else. I want it to be aligned from here, and then align it from here. Now that looks good. I'm going to select this pick line and then click on 5 offset from the middle, and then delete the ones in the middle. Press escape and delete the ones in the middle, and then here, pick line, I want it offset 10. So maintain the 10, and then we need to click on split face later on, or split line. Now what we could do is we could select this and then click on copy, and then multiple is checked, and then here we just need to divide it. So I think this one, it has 1195, so 1200 or 12,000, sorry, 1200. So we could do 400 each. So 1 and then 400 right here. How about here? Press escape, copy it, and then let's grab it from here. This is roughly around 1800. Let's put in around 450 each. So around 460. And then we could just roughly add something like that. Or I'm gonna eyeball it. Maybe right here is good enough. That looks fine from the distance. So now we need to split with gap or split element. I usually use split, so SL, split element. And then from there, we're going to trim and extend. So let's do the one at the top first. And then now let's focus at the bottom. And then now TR, that is trim and extend. Let's do the ones at the top first again. So select that. And then right here at the bottom, so it's just a repetitive step, but we need to do it in order to finish here and to make it look nicer and look modern. Now we're going to start from 0, and then I just want it to be 10. Let's change this to the same wood. I think it's start with K. So Kerton. So that one is the wood that we used earlier for the main. So now you could just click finish. Let's show which one is overlapping, which is right here. We could just quickly clean that up, click finish again, and then let's look at it at 3D. Now it looks like cabinet doors, and click finish. So that looks nice. And we could make it more beautiful later on, or more modern. So that's looking good. So I think what I can do is we could click on an edit in place, and then from here I want to create a void form, and then I want it to be a sweep void form. My plan, I'm gonna show it to you first in one of them. So I'm gonna pick the path. I'm gonna pick this path. There we go. I'm gonna pick that path, and then from here click finish, edit profile. I'm going to void somewhere right here. I think let's scratch this. Instead of a void sweep right here, I want to create a void extrusion instead. I think that's much better and it will be easier. So let's go back to section. So let's scratch this and let's start all over. We could just select this one, edit in place, and then here what we're gonna do is avoid extrusion. Pick plane. I want to pick this plane. So now we're going to select a rectangle, and then I'm just gonna do an offset. I think offset around. Let's see how it looks. If I flip it, I think that's much better. Offset right here, and then at least it's easier and it's faster to do. We just need to select each corner and then offset in the correct orientation. So now we just need to flip this. We're going to start at -5, and then this will be just 5. Apply, click finish. Let's look at it at 3D before we click cut geometry. There we go. So we have an indentation and it's a lot cleaner. It looks modern and we create it easily by just creating a void in front of it. And then we just need to add handles and we're done with this paste. So in the next video, we're going to add in. So actually, we're going to add in the top and then let's add or insert our fridge. So let's go back here and then go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then we have fridge right here. I'm going to use that. Apply and then CM. We're going to add the refrigerator right about here where we're going to add a casing for that. I don't want the text for the fridge to show. I'm going to select the fridge, edit, uncheck it, apply, okay. So that's the way we're going to do it. So we have the fridge. I want my cabinetry around this part and then the rest up to 2800 will be just coverings. Okay, and then we're going to add in an island right about here, and then we could add the stove in the middle with the range at the middle as well. So we're going to stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create this. We started adding the kitchen and then now we're going to continue working on this. Let's go back to level 1 and then click on the section that we created. Like I said earlier, we're going to add a casing from here. So we need to click on model in place again. And then here, let's look for generic model. And then we're just going to use extrusion, pick plane, and then let's select this wall. Once we select the wall, we just need to do a rectangle. And then from here, we're going to add the rectangle like so. And then to make it exact, we use a line so that nothing is overlapping. And then here as well. And we want to make sure that everything is it's Correct. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to just move it a little bit like that. We want to make sure that we're not hitting the 2800 because the floor will be placed on the top right here, and we still need some space for the um, cabinets at the top. So we could just move it down a bit, and then now we could use a rectangle again to just quickly add those lines. I know there are overlapping lines right here. We could just select that all, and then here we could just add one, and then here just trim and extend TR, and then like that we could just delete the ones that are remaining. So now it will look like this. What we want to do is we could select this to change the material. I'm gonna choose a stone finish as well, and then let's use limestone. Click apply, and then OK, and then click on here. We're going to start at 0, and then we could extrude it around 700, but we could just see it from 3D. The good thing about extrusion is you can select it like that and then just pick it from the arrow, and then you could edit the extrusion part. So it's 805.6, just extruded from there. Click finish, and then now the casing from here is done. So now what I want to do is the top. So let's go back to the section. I want to add just the annotate so that we know where the ceiling or the floor will be. I'm just going to add a detailed line just for reference, and I want to see it, so it's gonna be 200 from the top. So this will be where the ceiling will be. So now we could just extend this one a bit like that. And then now we're going to add our top cabinets above here. So roughly on this area. So let's go and go back to architecture. Click on component drop down, model in place, generic model, press OK, and then OK. Click on extrusion. We need to pick a plane, which is this wall again. And then from this wall, let's select rectangle, and then let's add it right about here. I want an exact location, so I'm just gonna roughly put it down like so. I don't want it to be too tall. So let's make this one 700 at the top. So 700 is the, and then this is around from the floor around 1631. So you can put it at 1600 if you want, and then this is 700. And then now the extrusion, because we have around 700 or 600. Let's put this one around 450 from the extrusion point. We want to change this to this material again. Actually, let's do a different material. So wood, let's use this. Gluham 36H. So I want to use that. Click on finish and then finish. I want to see it first. So I think I want to see it from the, yeah, 450 is good enough. And then another 10 millimeters for the cabinet doors. And then we're good with this. So now let's go back to section and then let's edit this, edit in place. I want to add another extrusion. Pick a plane. This will be the plane that we're going to choose. Same material, and then this will be just 10. So I'm going to add right here, and then we're good. Actually, instead of that, I want to offset this again 10, similar to what we did, and then spacebar to change orientation of the offset from outside to inside. So now what we could do is we could add lines first, like so, and then it's easier to use a line. So I'm going to use a line. So I'm aligning it first. And then after aligning, I'm going to offset 10. So I'm going to use pick line, and then I'm going to offset this 10. And then same SL. Okay, and now TR, trim and extend. And there we go. We're finished with this. Now we can click finish, and then let's do our void extrusion as well. Pick a plane, and then we're going to use this plane, which is the front of the cabinet door. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start from -5 up to 5. And then here we're going to use rectangle, and then we're going to do offset 50. I believe that's what we did earlier. And we just need to click at the corner again. Okay, now we can just click finish. And then click on cut geometry, and then let's look at it at 3D. And it worked. So now it looks nicer. I just noticed that we didn't even add some drawers. So I'm gonna put some drawers right here. I'm gonna go and edit this. I'm going to edit the void forms. So edit extrusion. So instead of here, I'm going to add in some. So I'm going to maintain the 50 for the drawers. Actually, I'm going to offset this to 50. And then SL. Let's see how it will look. I just want to see first how it looks. Yes, that looks nice. So we have our drawers. And then we just need to edit extrusion again, or not edit, edit void form. So I'm gonna keep on adding this to some of the so I'm going to select this, copy, so that's fine. Just gonna delete that, and then we could just extend this, or we could just SL, and then delete this, and then TR to trim and extend. And then maybe we could just add one right here. Similar to that, SL, and then TR. And then I'm gonna add this one as well. I'm gonna create a copy. And then SLTR. And then click finish. Cut and then finish. And if we check, it will look like that. And then I want you guys to download the all extra families. It's probably the second link from the description on part 1 video. It will be the handle. That's what I'm going to use. Once you download that, you just need to drag and drop. So here, I'm just going to drag it and it will load. And then it's a face. It's a face family. So you could just place it on the face. So it's very easy. And as you know, as you can see, you could basically place it anywhere that you like, even here in the wall. So that's how easy it is to use this this family that I created. And then you could just change the materials here, and then even the orientation is easy to rotate. I'm going to align this one at the top here, and then here I'm holding on the shift and then selecting this one, release the shift and then select only that part. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to copy it in the midpoint so that it's easier to just add it like that. Even this one, I'm gonna do the same. I'm going to copy so that I don't need to estimate that again. And then now I just need to copy this and then copy again. So now everything is leveled properly. It's roughly in the midpoint, so you could just estimate that if you want, or you want to be exact. So here, what I usually do is I add first in the middle. Make sure your multiple is checked. And then from here, you just need to view how it will be placed. Now I'm gonna get it from here and add it like that. Add it there, and then we could add it right there. So that's easier it is to add that. We need to add a boolean right here, probably on the next video. And then let's add in the island and then the backsplash. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish the top. and also we added this. Now we're going to continue working on this. Let's go back to our section, and then we're going to add in the top area here, and then we will add the backsplash right about here. So now what we can do is go back to architecture, click on component dropdown and model in place. Save your project, and then generic model, press OK. This will be number 5. Extrusion, pick a plane, which is this wall, and then select rectangle, and we just need to add the one at the top like so. And then we just need to change the material. I want our material to be, let's go to wood first, and then let's add in a wood that we haven't used yet. So I'm gonna use this, and we want to make sure start is 0, and then here I think we're going to go over, we need to go over 450. So I think 600 is good. Click finish so that we can see it properly. So it will look like that. And then let's go back to section, and then let's create another extrusion. It will be in the same plane, which is this wall. And then now we're going to add a backsplash right about here. We just need to change this material to tile. So let's type in tile. And then let's use this bamboo tile for now. And then here's 0, and then we just need to put it at 10. Click finish, and then finish. If we see it, we have a backing right here, and then let's add it on the side as well, right about here. Or actually we don't need to. I just want to finish now the island. So let's go to level 1, and then we can move this now. Because our island, we're gonna create the island. We're basically finished with the linear kitchen right here, and then we need to do the island now. Let's go and go back to architecture, click on component model in place, and then generic model, and then press OK, and then let's go and add an extrusion. And then we're going to add an island right here. So let's add in this for now. And then later on, this is the base, and then we're going to have an overhang so that we can add in somewhere here for our seating. And then here we just need to have more room here, and then room to enter right here. So 2500, and then here is 1000, and then we're going to add an overhang later on. Click finish, and then let's change this one to wood again, but a different wood. So let's use this 32C. Apply, OK, and then click finish. I want to look at it. So Good thing about here is the extrusion part, we could change that. We can even edit and then edit the extrusion. We could set it up to 900 so that it's the same height as the top right here. So click finish. We have 900. We're still here. So we could do a void sweep. So create, select here, and then select void sweep. Pick the path. Let's pick this path right here. So all around. Click finish. And then select here, modify sweep, and then edit profile. And then select this one. We're just going to add in a kick plate right here, make it 100. And then here, let's make it 50. Click finish. Select this again, and then click finish. Select cut geometry. Now it's cut. We're seeing what we're doing. Before we click finish again, let's go to level 1. And then let's add an extrusion again. So this extrusion, I want to set this to pick plane and then the top of this. So now I want it from 0 to 25. And then the materials is supposed to be stone for the top. So click on stone. Just choose a different stone. Let's use marble. And then let's add it at the top right here. But let's go over because we need an overhang. Click finish and then finish. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So that looks nice. We need to insert. So let's go to level 1. Go to insert, load family. We need to go to specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and then let's add in some electric. So let's add this one, open, CM, and then let's add, so spacebar to rotate, and then let's add the cooktop right here in the middle. I don't want the label to show, so edit, uncheck here, and click apply. And then after that, I want to load the island range. So go back here, high end. And then we just need to look for so let's go back. So here, Hood Island. So let's open this and then CM, add it right about at the top. I don't want the label to show, edit, uncheck that. Apply, okay. And then this one, we need to go to section so that we could move it upwards because it's just hanging right there. So what we need to do is just use your arrow key going up like that. I usually just estimate this, so around this height, and then we could just extend this one afterwards. So just around here. We can delete the annotation line that we created earlier just for show so that we know where the floor will be, because this is will be minus 200 from the level, because um, that's the thickness of the floor that we're gonna use or we're gonna do. So the next thing we're gonna do is the chair. So load, go back to furniture, and then go to seating, and then we just need to use this chair, the stacking, and then CM, and then let's add the seating right here. And then let's move this one so that we have some space. And then now let's look at it like that. We could basically maybe edit the height. So for now, that will represent a bar stool height. So I'm just checking. So far we did everything correctly. Um, Now what I'm planning to do is I just want to add the room name so that we could finalize what we created. So I'm gonna use select here. Here we have move the stairs. We have a powder room right here. Playroom. We have dining area. We have the kitchen. We have the living area. We have driver, maid, and then their washroom, number one. And then the breakfast, and then pantry. Um, we could change this scale to 1:50. And then after that, let's go and change it. So usually capital, foyer, this one, we could just change this to powder room. Carport, playroom. This will be our dining. So you could just put dining. And then let's move this one where it's been showing. And then let's stair. And then this will be the breakfast. We have a pantry. Living. We have a kitchen here. We have the drivers. We could call this washroom number one. And then this will be the maid's room. So I like how it looks. Let's add in a window. So let's click on the wall. And then we're going to use curtain wall. Let's add the window right here. I'm going to flip this. I want it to be all the way to the top. So I'm going to add that one up to the second floor. Again, CS. Let's add a window here for our driver and then our maid. Make sure this is the inside part. I want in the foyer. I want probably I could add 3 here or 2. Maybe we could just add 1 or sorry 2, and then let's just move it like that. And then again we're going to add somewhere right here. And then the powder room, let's add it from the top. And then for the dining, obviously we need some windows right here so that we have some light that comes in, and then we will add right here as well. And then into the playroom as well, right here. And then now we just need to go to modify, cut geometry. So you need to select the window first, or sorry, the wall first, and then after that the window. In terms of height, don't worry about that yet. At the moment, it's cutting all the sides. And then if you see it, it's cutting on all of that. For now, that's fine. You don't need to worry about that. We will add the height later on. So for now, let's leave it like this. And then let's continue in the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the room tags, and also we finalize the kitchen. And now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2, and then here what we need to do is to go to underlay and put range base level to level 1. So once you do that, we'll be able to see the layout below, and we'll be able to select that and type in CS, create similar, so that we could place it to level 2 as well. So that will be good, so that we will be able to add in furniture or fixtures that we already added, especially the toilets and the sink or vanity. So now Um, let's select the exterior wall and then type in CS. So that's create similar. So what I'm gonna do first is select rectangle, and then from rectangle, I'm gonna select from A1 up to G3, which is the one right here. And then from here, we're going to keep on adding walls that will represent that we're trying to create here. So I'm going to select the exterior wall again, CS, and then from here, I'm going to add roughly around 1000 and then pulling it like that. I'm just going to go over a little bit onto this number 2 grid. So in total, I'm going to have it at 4760. And then we could TR, trim and extend. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to focus the balcony for this part. So what we're gonna do is we're going to select this wall again, exterior wall, CS. This will be around, I'm gonna add this wall for now, and then I'm gonna mark it from this grid line. And it needs to be 2670. And then CS again, we're going to add this wall. So now we're gonna trim this, trim here, and then trim here. So we have our balcony right here, and then just select this wall, CS. We're going to add a wall right here. It will be 1560 from this wall, from this grid line. So this will be the washroom for this part. And then we will have a balcony on this area as well. So select the exterior wall, and then we're going to add the wall for now right here. I will have this one from here to be around from the grid line, actually. Needs to be on the grid line. 875, and then from the grid line for this one should be 1270. And then now we could just trim and extend from here. And then we need to add the wall right here first. So exterior wall, CS, CS, and then this will be roughly around this part. It is 500 from the grid line right here. And then now we could just trim and extend here. So now we have our boundary area. So that's our balcony. Now we need to select our interior wall. We could select it from the overlay, CS that, and then here we're going to add right here. This will be around 3200, and then going down, and we could just add another wall right here, and then we could just pull this one back. So it's basically a different wall intersecting. And then we could extend this wall all the way right here. And then we will have another interior wall right about here and then here. And then the dimension, we're going to base it from the number 2 grid line, which is this one. So here I'm gonna get this temporary dimension, and then I'm going to put in 860. So it will push it that way. I'm going to press escape multiple times, select this wall, and then this will be from the grid line again. And then to select the dimension, and this will be 550 from this grid line. So now it pulled it back. Now we could just trim and extend here. And then this one, we could pull this one all the way somewhere right here for now. And then we just need to add an interior wall for this. So AL, this is our stairs, and then TR to close it off. And then obviously we need to add an interior wall right here, going right there. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall right here, just staying there. Select this, and then I'm gonna grab this temporary dimension so that I could base it from here. This will be 390. So now I could trim and extend so that it goes around here. And then I'm going to have a wall going right about here, and then we could connect it. And then the wall again all the way right here, and then we could just trim and extend here. And then we're going to add a wall to enter from here. So now this will be bedroom number 1. This will be the masters. We'll create a family room, and then we're going to create a walk-in closet for the masters. So we're going to extend this wall now up to right here, and then let's select the same wall, and then we're going to add a wall right here, and then a wall right here. And then we're going to add a wall about here. So this will be the exterior part of the wall from this line. This is the line, the room separator that we created in the first floor, and this will be in the midpoint of that. And then this one, I want it to be added, but we need to add the wall right here first, separating this two from C. And then this one should be checked by the C grid line, and then this will be 610. It will go down, and then now from here I'm going to check this one. So I'm gonna move this one right here, and then this will be 3020. So we will need to push this one actually. So unjoin element, and then we need to push this one right about. It needs to be 160 from this grid line, the B grid line. And then here we could just extend this. And then let's select this CS, add a wall right here. Let's check this. Should be 1560. So if it's not, just type it here. Your base should be the middle of this wall, and you want it to be 1560. And then from there, we could just extend this, and we could add in the door right there. Let's extend this. This is currently 1000 from that wall. So now we're going to just change this to additional 1200, so that will be 2200. There we go, 1200. And then just add a corner right there, and then use the trim and extend to do it. Let's just quickly grab the bed. So I'm going to add the bed right here. The sink, which will be right here. This will be the toilet. And then let's grab the shower so that we could turn on off the underlay so that everybody can see it properly. So I'm gonna go to so press escape multiple times, and then go to your properties, and then look for underlay, and then put this one to none so that everything is clear and we can focus on what we have right now. We're going to have to create a closet right here. So I'm just spacing this out right now because I quickly added this so that we could turn off the underlay. We could hide this one on this view, so hide element, but on level 1 it's still there. So we just don't need that one anymore for level 2. But you could just leave it like that if it doesn't bother you, but I want everybody to see what we're doing. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'll probably going to just extend this one a little bit like that. Because I want to add the railing here instantly. So I don't want any gap. So railing here, and then railing right here as well. We can pull this back now. So pull it back I want it to be around here so that there's a good um, good space for the over so that we could go look here. Um, and then let's finish off by adding the washroom first. CS and then the shower. CS here. And then let's space it out. This could be shower number 2. Duplicate this. And then you just need to look for the size here. So you want the depth to be 1600 and the width to be, make it 900 because we have some space right here. So now that fits. How about here? We could check the dimension so that it fits perfectly. Use your space or your tab to change it. Edit, duplicate. This will be shower number 3. And then we have 1360 right here. So that's good. You can delete it now. And then let's add the shower or the washroom right here again. And then CS tier, space bar. That looks perfect. We have a good spacing right here. Okay. And then we just need to add a division for the home office and then the family room right here. I want the family room to be around 5,000. So that's good. I just want to get the door. So what we could do is I just want to use the same door that we use on our level 1. So I'm gonna underlay that, and then I'm gonna use this the same size. CS. This is 900. So I'm gonna use the 900. So let's remove the range. So none. And then here, let's use 800 instead here. 800 by 2000. And then 800 by 2000 right here. I think that's perfect for this one. CS again. We're going to add the door right here and another door right here. We need to move this one a bit to have some space. CS. Let's add it right here. The door. And then for the washroom, 700 by 2000. We're going to have that. Let's use the same one for the closet. Right here. And then right here. We're going to have the walk-in closet for the masters right here. And then we need to add a closet right here. Around 800 is good. And then let's look. I don't know if we have the sliding door or the. So let's go insert, load family, go to doors, residential, and then we have the sliding right here, open, and I'm going to get the 15 by 2000, 12 by 2000. I'm gonna add this and then just add probably the 17. It's good enough. So I'm happy with that. Family room where we don't need to add any closet. This one it already have. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, you were able to start second floor or level 2. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What one thing that I want to do is to add annotation or detailed line. I'm going to use the demolish line to add a detail for this. So I'm gonna add 2 lines and then detailed lines again, change it to 10 line, and then we're going to add lines for this to show that this is comes with the top. I'm just adding this for the sink, and then now for the walk-in closet right here. You can change this to make it smaller. I think 600 will be good enough because it's only a closet. And then TR, trim and extend, and then let's add in the same detail demolish line to go below it. And then we have the bed here. We could change that to queen and then AL so that we could push it right about there. Select that, CS again, and then let's change this. We could face it like this or whatever way you want it. And then here we could add the bed as well. So for here, this will be the office. We could add in the desk. So let's go to insert, load family. I believe the desk is already loaded. So we could search for it, desk. So here we have a desk, and then let's look for the chair. We could use this chair. There we go. So we have an office right here, and then we have a balcony, and then we have a walk-in closet. Uh, we need to represent this one as well with a line, and then another line right here. Let's increase this line, and then CS, and then there we go. So we have that to represent the walk-in closet. We have a family room, and then let's add in the floor. So click on floor, edit type, duplicate. This will be floor number 6, 200 millimeters. That's good. And then we could add in another wood material. I'm going to use this oak flooring. Apply, OK, and then OK. I'm going to use pick line. I want to add it from here, and then from the interior part of the wall. Actually, with this, I want to over it right here. Or to make it consistent, I'll just put it from the inside first. Then let's just go around. So we could get it right about here. And then TR, trim and extend right here. And then you want to make sure that you trim and extend. And then that's our floor. Click finish. And then obviously we need to edit the around here. We need to go around here for the stairs. And then trim. And then right here, SL. And then TR. Click finish. And that is what it looks like. Now we have our floor crossing there. And then I want to add in the railing. I want the glass railing, bottom fill. Let's add it right here. Click finish. And then another railing. I want it right here. And then right here in the middle, right here. TR, trim and extend. Click finish. So that's our railing for that. And then we need to add a different um, floor for our balconies. So this will be floor number 7, sorry. Edit type, duplicate, and then let's change the material. This should be concrete. Apply, OK, and then OK. Let's add it right here. So we could use pick line. And then you just need to trim and extend to clean it up. And we need to click on finish. Same floor, number 7. And then we just need to click finish. So we just need to do it one at a time because it's all separate, but same floor. And then click finish. And then now let's add in the railing. I want it to be in the midpoint and this one in the midpoint as well. Click finish. This is one at a time as well because this is a railing. Midpoint, midpoint, and then another railing. I wanted a midpoint and then a midpoint right here. Trim and extend. Click finish. Look at it in 3D to double check. So that looks good. We just need to finish here. Edit path. Click finish. And let's just double check. That looks good. And then let's go back to level 1. And then let's add in the room. This one, we need a room separator for this. Because this is open bottom or open below. After that, we just need to add the room. This one, we don't need to add a tag, but we just need to close it off so that we could add a corridor there. Let's add a room separator for the stairs. And then let's change this to 1:50. And then click on rooms. We still need to add so checking this now, I noticed that the shower is not showing. So I checked the floor and then it's offset to 20. So we need to change that to 0 and then it will appear. Let's double check this. So 0, 0, and then 0 as well. So now that's good. For this one, let's use the thin line, annotate. You just need to create an X mark and then click on text, and then you could just put open below. So that's a proper way of doing that. And then now we could add this one as well, stairs. And then corridor. This is home office. Family room. This is bedroom 1, bedroom 2. Let's add right here. Walk in closet. And suite. Washroom 2. Washroom 3. Walk in closet. And then bedroom 1, masters. So that looks good. I'm happy with what we've done here. We just need to make sure that everything is visible. At least move it to the location that it will be read properly. Open below. We have the faucet right there. Let's just move this one right about here. And then now let's add in the window. So here I'm going to add it right about here. Sorry. So this is, we need to change it to curtain wall and add the wall right there. I'm going to flip it. I want it to be from the inside like that. So that's good. CS, family room, one big one right here. I'm gonna flip it again. And then for here, we could add it, same thing, all throughout this window. And then this one as well, all throughout this window. Flip it. I want it to be in the corner, so we will need to look into that later on. We can add it from the top. And then this one all the way right here. And then we have the one for level 1 that I want to be all the way to level 3. Apply and then just press OK. It's just basically letting us know that it's not visible on this level. But once we go to modify, click on cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. Now it will be seen and it will be shown. So there we go. What we need to do is we need to fix this and move it like that. Push it right there. And what we could do is we can move this one a bit like that. And then this one as well. So this is the hard part of dealing with curtain wall. I'm going to try to align it, but it's pulling back like that. So let's just add it like that. This one, let's pull it all the way right here, just enough for us to pull it. And put it in the corner. Just going to edit this boundary, AL. And then click on finish to finalize that. I'm actually going to edit this again. AL. Is going to be overlapping, so I'm just going to edit this again. AL. There we go. If we check it, it will look like that. So for now, if we pull it back, we can see that we don't want it to be all the way at the top. So we want to be consistent. From the pull. Sorry, I just want it to be like this side. And then from here, use align so that you'll be able to set everything properly. And it will be on one height. All throughout. Okay. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the curtain walls. So those are the curtain walls that we created and it will be our window. And before we fix that, what I want to do is to add our roof first so that we could extend anything that we need to extend. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to our south elevation, and from our south elevation we're going to create our roof. So I'm gonna click on right here, roof drop down, and then roof by extrusion. So we're gonna pick a plane, and we're just going to choose this plane right here in front of our wall right here. And then we're gonna press OK. And here, what we can do is we could edit this, duplicate, and we're gonna put roof number 1. And let's edit this, make it 200, and change this to one of our white material right here. I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this and then duplicate selected material. Click apply, OK, and then press OK. So now we're going to create this, something like this. We could lower it down a little bit, because I want this to be the lower, so the smallest one. And then we could just, I believe the way this one works is you could just create the line and it will create that roof right there. And then after that, we're going to extend all of this to the roof. And then we're gonna add another one, same thing. So we're gonna CS on this, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall again, press OK, and let's add this one, a bigger one, or a taller one, and it will look like that. We could go over this and select finish. And then here, let's extend it a little bit more. And then we're just going to have this one flat here so that we can see the difference of our roof right here. And then we could go back to 3D, and even we could go to our level 2 or level 3, and we could see extend this one. So let's go underlay, and then let's see level 2 so that we can see how this one will form. So now we're just going to fix this, push it to where we want. If you want to see it more, we have to change our view range, and we need to make this one a little bit higher in offset, or even unlimited. Okay, so now that we have it like that, we could extend some of the walls. So here we could extend this except for the ones that we have here. You can click here and then select. So you could go individually to those walls and then attach it at the top. And then here in the middle, we need to clean up this part right here. So let's go to our south elevation. We have level 3 here. I'm just going to add CO
another one. This is just to add the roof. So here we could just put maybe top roof, or we could just leave it as level 4. And then go right here. If we go to create this plan, this floor plan, we could create the level 4. And the problem with this is we cannot see what's down there. So we need to change the underlay again. And then here, at least we have a visual of what is not covered. And then here, what I'm planning to do is create a wall. So an exterior wall. I'm gonna use exterior wall number 1, and then select this one right here, and then just create it in the middle, and then we could just fix it. I'm gonna put level 4 to level 3. Sorry, this one should be the other way around. So this one level 3, and then this one top constraint to level 4, but we're basically going to change this. So align it in front, AL, align it at the side, AL, align it right here. And then we will be able to manipulate the height now to something like this. So align it, AL, and then we just need to cover a roof at the top. Of course, there's some spots that needs to be changed. So something like that, you can just push out, and then here we need to edit this out as well. The ones that are here, it needs to go all the way to the top. I'm going to click on this wall and then align it at the top. So that's easy there, but we need to edit a little bit on this side. So we need to go on this part right here, pull it out, this one, CS, I think here, just going to align it. So it's easier to align it, and then to create another one. Delete this one right here. CS, and then just select it right there, and it will be connected. There we go. We just need to clean this up. And then create a flat roof there. I'm just working on cleaning this up. For some reason it's not joining, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna join them. I'm just gonna force them to join. There we go. So that's good enough for me. And then of course I want to create the roof. So let's go and select the roof. And then I'm just going to uncheck define slope and then cover this up. Go to 3D, and then here we could just offset this to the negative. So negative probably 2000. Align it to the top here, and then we could just edit the footprint. Push this one all the way back, move this one all the way to the wall, and basically just cleaning up. And then I'm just gonna put a notch there. Edit the footprint. And then trim and extend. And then let's see how it looks. And I like it. That gives out that nice vibe there. I wanted to push this back to have that separation. I think I'm gonna push this back. So I'm gonna push it up to here. There we go. For some reason it's going all the way up. So let me push it back first. Then I'm going to align it. There we go, align it. And then now we can see the separation much cleaner. And here, that's fine, that's good enough. And then we could make this an arc instead. So go to north elevation and then edit the profile, and we could basically increase it or make it high enough, remove constraint, and then arc this. Not arc, but make this an angle. And then cut geometry, and then we're good with that. I'm gonna change this to shaded so that we can see much better. And then here we could just select this, select the wall, and attach it at the top. I think that's good enough there. Then I'm going to align this one. I'm going to edit this again. Now it's much better. Everything is covered. And then we have this one right here. Of course, I'm gonna push it all the way down, and then this one as well. I'm going to align it. Basically going to change it to consistent color. It's easier with the eye, so, and then this one to find. And then because of that, we need to change this one as well. I'm going to my south elevation and then edit the profile. I'm going to maximize the height, something like that, remove constraint, and then angle it. This one as well. Edit. Remove constraint on that, and then trim and extend. And of course, we need to push it try to just grab this. I think that's good enough. Of course, we need that space there, and then the house looks like this now. I think at least I want this one to go like this, and then instead of this one I want the rectangular or the pipe. I think the pipe is much better. So I'm gonna change it to pipe, and even the one in right here, and then the pipe is already changed, and I want it to be rectangular, so I'm going to change this to rectangle. So you just need to change all of this. Click apply and then OK, and then it will change on all of that. You can change this one as well, the booleans, and then let's edit this one, the baluster. And then we don't want round, we want square. Click apply and then OK. And then lastly, let's change the handrail. So the top rail, we need to change that as well. So that looks much better. It looks more modern. So now that it's done, I just want to click some of this and attach it to the roof. Some of them I cannot select because it will go all the way up, and if it will go all the way up here. So let's see if it's gonna cut. No, it's not gonna cut. It's just going to go right here. We could just change this part right here, so there's two walls like that. You can basically edit the profile. Actually, it's gonna be a lot of work because we need to cut this, so let's do it like right now. We'll be able to cut this now, leave right here. So I'm gonna cut it by you going to modify and then here split element. I'm gonna split element there, and then we have one right here. So we're not gonna go all the way. So here now we could just attach it and join element, not that one, this one instead. We have still that notch there that we could clean up later on, but I'm just showing you how to do it so that it doesn't it's not going to be hard for you guys to figure out how. So at least we're able to just go all the way to that point, and then just a simple nudging we'll be able to go cleanly on this side. There we go. And then this part as well. And then of course you just need to move this to the same location that you did. So now it's completely right there. So that's good right there. I'm happy. We could also pull this one back all the way at the top. I'm going to attach it there, and then go to our north elevation, push this one on this side. I don't want it to be all the way. Push it right here and then edit the profile as well, so that we could just add this. So trim and extend. And then just click finish, and then let's see it in 3D so that we can see much better. And then I'm just going to edit this path right here. I'm just going to delete this because we want to add something right here in the wall, like the covering on this part. Maybe not anymore on this part. We could just put the height right here. I think that's good enough in the view. I'm just eyeballing it. This one, it's wrap around, and then here we could close it off. But we have this nice looking roof right here. We could push it a little bit backwards so that we have that leveling type right there, and then this one as well, so that it's just covering, the purpose is just covering this balcony. This one is too much as well, so I'm just gonna push it back a little bit, and then we could just make this same or align to this part right here. I could wrap it around all the way here if I want to. I think that's a good idea as well. Or just simple L shape like this one. I could just remove this as well. So here I could attach it to the floor. Like that. I think that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now, continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the roof, and then we edited the railing, and then we did change the curtain wall style. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to increase this size to similar to this. That's because we already extended this. But actually we need to make this a little bit lower. I believe it's much better to just do so that everything is visual. And then we're just gonna copy the same thing right here on this side. This is another room right here. that I'm going to pull up. And then this is a room as well. So this is a room, home office. And then we're just going to pull this one down. Actually, I'm going to delete this wall, curtain wall right here, this door, and this stairs right here, because I don't want any access from here. So we could just delete this wall right here. So now we're just going to extend this before we delete, so that we don't have that error anymore. This one I need to add, or just extend this. So that's fine right here, because we have those room separation that we have, so that we're able to add text or room. So that's for the rooms. And then let's pull this one back. And this is what we have. We have a washroom right here that we need to pull back like that. Pull this one down. We're gonna make it consistent on all, but we need to pull it down first so that it's easier for us to align. Okay, so now just pull it down, and we have our maids and drivers quarter, or room if you want that to be. And then I'm going to align this one so that this will be my comparison. And then here I will need to pull it back, going up. This is the washroom right here, and then here we don't want it to be all the way down, so we could just have it like that. And let's not forget the one at the back. That we have all the way down. And actually I'm going to extend this one. I want to add a pool, so I think it's much better to add a pool and then to change this to deck instead. This is floor number 5. So here I'm gonna put deck on that, go to ground, and let's extend this a little bit. So a little bit more. So probably 8,000 from grid line A. So just extend that. You can extend this one so that it doesn't bother you while you're adding the pool. And then what we need to do is just add a wall, exterior wall, duplicate. This will be swimming wall. Edit this one. We could just use this and duplicate it. And then here we could just have it like that, and we could just change it. So base is ground, top is unrestricted. Of course it's going to be like this. We could just put this one to level 1. Let's put it to level 1. And then the ground, we're going to add a base offset of negative 1500. That's good enough. And then the top offset, so we want this one to be ground as well. I want it to be 1500. Let's change this to 50 only, but from level 1. There we go. So a little bit at the top of there, and then we could just add in another floor, go back to ground, click on floor, edit, duplicate that, and then let's add another concrete. Just going to add the floor first and then edit it, because don't attach, because I couldn't see the one below. So we're just going to see the ground. Then probably change the view range to level below. You can even change this to 3000. There we go. Edit. You could just move this one all the way, and then now we have this. I want to change this wall, edit the wall to 100 thickness. So now just press OK, apply, and then OK. And then now this one looks good. We have our pool all around, and then we just need to create our deck. What I want to do is, because we already have this floor, I'm going to edit this Gulam 36. I'm actually going to use this, so I'm gonna edit, so that we have enough space for this. Click finish, don't attach, and then edit, move this, and then CS on this, I want to remove the offset to 0. And actually, I want to connect them. So I want to edit the boundary. Align this. SL first, split them, TR, trim and extend, and then delete this. And then now I'm just gonna delete this, edit boundary, and then just connect them all together so that it's one. Align this, and then trim this. Don't attach. And we're gonna use the Gulam in a model in place. So just use generic model. So I'm gonna do an extrusion. So even though it's like this, I'm going to extend it a little bit. Click finish. Extrusion should be around 180. And then another one. I'm gonna set it, pick a plane, and then I'll select this one. And then this one is 180 as well. And then let's look at it. Click finish. No, actually don't click finish. We're going to add another one. Set, pick a plane, and then this plane. I'm going to set another landing. And then 180 as well. And then it's easier to manipulate this one because it's a model in place. Click finish. I think that's good enough. So we have a landing there, You can increase this more if you want to, but I think that's good enough. Everything is in landing. AL. And then we can set the barbecue right here. And then we need to exterior wall. Exterior wall should be 200, so I didn't even notice that. I thought I was changing the pool wall. The swimming pool wall. I think that's good enough. Now it's good. I just need to know the material. I need to copy this so that when I set another one, so we need to create a model in place again for the water and the pool floor. So it's simple extrusion, and then set the material. Go to 3D and then just pull it down. There we go. And then go back to ground. We need to create another extrusion, but this time this is water. Pull it up, apply OK, and then put this one right here. Go to 3D, pull it down, and click finish. There we go. If we go to realistic, you will see, if you set everything correctly, you will see how it looks. This one should be Gulam. Good thing we checked. And this, we need edit in place, and then we need to change this to the same thing that we have there. Click finish. So you need to go to part 1 description of this video, and you will need to download pull ladder. So just download this. It will be in your downloads folder, and the only thing you need to do is just drag and drop. It will update itself depending on your, so you can do a CM as well. space bar to change orientation, and then you could just attach it like that. And then there you go. It's attached perfectly there. If you want to be more detailed, you can add in stairs here, sloping stairs. You can slope this one as well. What you can do is you can add it in place, and then you do the changes like that, where you change the view and then create a slope, or like this slope. So let's stop here for now, continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the backyard. We added the pool, and then we fixed some of the heights. And then right now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do first is to extend this one a little bit below, so that it's just enough. Don't attach. And then let's edit this part, the grass. So that's done right there. Next thing we're gonna fix is the ceiling right here, and then the floor on top of here. So we're gonna edit this, edit right here, and then we're going to just simply add gypsum wallboard, but we're gonna duplicate it again. And then after that, on top, we're going to select to paint it. So we're gonna paint the top instead. So we could go right here, and then coffee or espresso. And then we're gonna select this one right here, so that anything that is right here is still white. We're going to edit this part right here. I'm gonna go and add this onto here, so that we could have a nice floor, and then without gap. We could edit this one, go all the way to this wall, don't attach, and then there you go. So now what I'm planning to do is to add, so I'm going to fix this one as well, going all the way to the top. There we go. And then here we could do the same thing as we did before by cutting here, problem with cutting this is because it is with the door. So what I'm planning to do is to just probably edit the profile. We need to go to north elevation, and then I will need to extend this all the way to the top. So I'm gonna trim this and that. So now everything is covered properly, and it's all the way to the top. And then this one can be attached at the top as well. So there is no issues with the walls. This one we could just leave it like that, and this one. So now what I want to remove, so here I want to delete this part right here, because I want to add a model in place instead. I want to fix this as well. I believe it needs to go from here. And then delete this floor as well, because instead of floor I want to add a model in place so that it's easier to manipulate. So right now I'm gonna go to level 3 and then click on model in place, then generic model, and then here we could set it extrusion 200, and we're just going to be adding it like that. We could obviously put it all the way, and here we need to cover this part where we have those windows, and then trim and extend. So if we look at it in 3D, it's good. We need to, of course, change this one. The gypsum, and then duplicate it. So that's good right there. I'm happy. Let's go to other, this one, and on this one. And the good thing about it is you can tie it all together. This one should be gypsum, and maybe the last one. this one as well. You could go right here and go on here. Trim and extend, and here as well. Click finish. Let's just add this line right here, and then double check the way it looks, and if there's no gap, we're good. I want to negative 200. Right there. Edit extrusion on this. 0, negative 200. And then I'm just filling up those areas. So it's actually just like that. Right there, I'm filling up so that everything is properly added there. And then we could add those sidings there. I'm planning to just add on south elevation. So I'm gonna edit in place, select this one. I'm gonna copy this probably, create an extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this wall right here, and 200. Of course, we need to fix this and click finish again. I'm gonna click finish so that I can see how it looks. Then I could just align it and then fix this one right here. Edit path, push it back, and then click like that. So it's looking good. So we could add our mullion, but before we do that, we need to go to our south elevation, go to architecture, and we need to add curtain grid first. So these are the separation. So I'm going to do 2000, and then here I'm going to do probably 1500, or this one should be around 1000, 1200. And then mullion again. Maybe I'm just going to one segment. I want 900 here, and then 1000 each. I want this one to be in the middle. I'm going to try and align this. I know it's going to be hard. I think this is good enough. Like, if I delete this, this will be all the way. I'm just going to do all the way and plus with this. I think that's the best. So there, and then we could now do it similar right here. I'm going to do 2000 from the bottom, and then here I'm just going to do 900 and then divide them in 3 probably. There we go. I'm gonna divide this one on 4. So as you can see, that's very easy to do. And then this one, I'm just gonna divide it in the middle. We're gonna do the same thing here. So 2000 first, and then 900. I'm gonna put it right here, and then divide this by 3. So usually it snaps, so you can see that you're doing it correctly. So it snaps on 3 for that. This one, I'm gonna put it like that. I want to change this. I just want it to be 1. So the one in the front would be just a big one. And just put it in the middle like that. Go back to 3D, click on curtain grids. Snap it into 3 like that. This is for the playroom. Divide them by 4. Put it in the middle like that. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna put this one in the middle. This one in 3. And this one in the middle. So different variation. And then this will be the trickiest one, because I want to divide them by 4. And then just divide them again by 4. Hopefully this is where it snaps, the midpoint. I want to go to north elevation to see it much better. I think this is good enough. There we go. 1700. Okay, so now we're gonna choose a mullion, and we're gonna use 50 by 65 mullion, and then all grids. So I'm gonna keep on selecting each and every one of this. There we go. So just double check everything, and then where you put the 900, you will need to delete the bottom so that we could add door. You can basically just do this later on, but I just want to delete it now so that I know where to put. So we need to put 3, so we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors, and we have wall single, so curtain wall single glass. Click open, and then we need to click on tab so that you can select only the panel. Select that, and then you'll be able to have this drop down, and then select this. In terms of orientation, just add those doors first, and then we're gonna figure out how to create the swing or to move the swing of the door. So here I'm just adding, and then here I plan to put it on this spot. So now just go to level 2, and you can just flip it. Flip it, and then flip it again, like that. So now you have the right orientation for those ones, and that looks good. Simple but elegant, and it looks modern. And it looks consistent. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the mullions, and then we fixed some of the roof problems and also the floors on the balcony. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to click on right here and edit in place. It's because I want to add another extrusion at the back where this is located. So I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this wall, and then I'm just going to add in the same thing that we did on the other one, and then just connect them. Click finish on that. And then we need to actually extend it a little bit, because for some reason I chose something different. So I'm gonna pick new and then select this. I'm just going to align it to this wall, go. And let's go to our north elevation just to connect them all together. I think that's good enough. I could just move this one all the way to the end. There we go. And then of course we're going to delete this one. We're gonna fix that as well. And then go back to north, and here we're just gonna double check that we have the gypsum moldboard number 3, and then go back here, create extrusion, and then pick plane, and then we're gonna select this plane. We're gonna do the same thing. And make sure this is 200, and then connect it all the way to the top with an angle, and then click finish. And I'm going to align it AL, align it right here. So there we go. So everything looks good. Click on finish, edit this one, or just edit path, go to level 2, and we need to delete this and then push this one back. Click finish, and we have something like that looks like this. I'm happy with the way that looks. So now what I want to do next is to at least set in some of the materials. So here I'm gonna select this parking stripe, and I'm going to select this one right here. What I want to also do is to have something right here that I can edit, so that we could have some lights. So I'm probably going to edit this one again, and then create that extrusion for those lights. So here I could add it, and then here as well. So if we go right here, edit in place, what I want to do is to create an extrusion again, or sweep. Actually, let's do a sweep. Pick path. I'm gonna select this path right here, and then in terms right here, I'm gonna trim and extend. So I think that's good. Click finish, continue. Okay, so this one is the problem right here. Click finish, and then edit profile, and then we're going to create our own profile. So we're gonna do this like this, probably around just 50. And then this one should be gypsum. Wallboard number 3 again. And then we're going to give this one something like this. So this is around 20. The depth is 20 as well. 20 from here, 20 from here, and then 20 as well. So that it's easier to remember. SL, TR to trim and extend. Click finish, and then finish. So we have that. And before we do anything, we could just click on paint and then luminance. So here we're just going to click finish for now because we haven't added the luminance. I'm also going to add something right here. So I'm going to do a new model in place and then generic model. And then here I'm gonna pick a plane and then select it right here. And then I'm gonna create an extrusion. I'm gonna select this to draw. There we go. And then I'm gonna trim and extend. And then trim and extend here. And this one, I'm going to set another wood material. So here we need to create this one already there, Jara. So it's easier to remember. And then this one is just 10. So we have that one there. And then I'm going to go to our south and I'm going to add Jara as well. There we go. So Jara, and then we could go to level 1 and then we could create this. Extrusion. I'm gonna set around 50, and then this one is 30 by 50. Click finish, go to 3D to see how it looks. Of course we're going to extend this AL, so I'm gonna align it and then at the top as well. There we go. So now let's go to level 1 again. So click on finish, select this again, edit, select, and actually select this first. Oh no, actually we're gonna array it. That's why I keep on thinking why. So select, array, and then go to the last. And then here we need to estimate how many we're going to add. So let's do 30 first, and then we can change it later on. So 30, I think that's too little, so we're going to do 60, twice. I want to see how it looks first. I think that's good enough. So I'm gonna click on finish here. And we have our wall there. Very nice wall that we created. And then here, so we're gonna set a different material. I'm thinking of selecting plywood on this part. There we go. And then here as well. So plywood sheeting on here. Let's add something here as well. Plywood sheeting. I'm probably going to add plywood sheeting here as well, only on this part. But because that's a model in place, we cannot just add a paint there. So we need to do a couple of things. There we go. And then we could just add all of this to be wood material. And then this one as well we need, so plywood sheeting on those insides. So we could click done, and I'll show you how to do it. So basically just select model in place here and then click paint as well. So it's already done there, because if you just do the same thing, it will actually, it's gonna give you an error basically. So that's why I have to do what I have to do, and at least I showed you how to do it. So now everything here is plywood sheeting. I want to double check what material I did here, but I know it's not the one that we use. Click done, and then click finish. I believe I'm just gonna leave this as white. Maybe I'm gonna change this and then just leave this one as white. So let me double check. Here we need to edit the piping. We need to set the materials for this one. So here I'm gonna put aluminum, similar to the mullion, so that it's easier for us. Aluminum as well, and then we could just copy this. Here, do we see any material? So no. So we could just leave that one. And then there we go. So we set the materials as well for that. And then I'm going to just, so I'm just going to edit this. I want the luminous to be available now for the paint so that I could add this one as well. Also, I'm gonna add it onto this probably, or just leave it like that for now. Most important thing is this one. So I'm gonna set a material, so model in place first, because you cannot do paint without that one. So I'm just gonna create an extrusion. Just for now. And then this material is luminance, this one. So now that is available now, I could just delete this one later on. But we need to go here, edit in place, and we need to select those. So paint, and then luminance, and then we have this one. Oops. There we go. And then we just need to select the one at the back. So I'm getting a nicer angle so that I could see much better. So here, as you can see, it's highlighting, so I'm gonna select that. That's the correct one. And then here I'm just going to double check. There we go. There we go. So that's done. So once we set the material, it will glow as well. So before we do finish, I want to select limestone for this wall. I think that's done. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the materials, and now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do now is to go to paint again and to add the materials for this one. This will be asphalt shingles. And let me just type it. Select this one and then just click the one at the top. And then we need a metal material. So I'm going to use this, or metal chrome, to just select all of this. Click on tab if it's not highlighting to the one to the face that you want to click. So just click on tab to do that. So once you're done, please double check everything. Everything looks good. The next thing that I'm gonna do is to just go to your part 1 description. You'll be able to add or to download the lighting. So we're gonna add the lighting first. So go to part 1 description, and then you'll be able to select which one you like. You can either put in circle or square base. So I'm gonna use a square base, and then go to download, and you just need to go to your downloads folder and then drag and drop. So here I'm just gonna drop it, and it will load, and then you just need to add it. So here I'm gonna add it on this to all the locations that you want to add the lights. So here I'm gonna add it. I'm also going to add it onto this part right here and to this part. And so I have it right here, and then at the top here, and then also here. Let me double check everything. Looks good. Let's double check the material that we use here. So Gulam 36, this one is good as well. So now next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to ceiling plan. I believe you'll be able to see. So here we're able to see the ones that we have here, and then we just need to center them. CO, so copy that, and then let's do 1000, and then I believe we could just put 2 of them, and then just simply center them. So I'm just eyeballing it, and then this one should be around 2000. Let's do 2000, and then do multiple 2000 as well, and I think that's good enough. And then copy this one, 2500, or just 2000. Let's just do 2000. I'm just gonna undo that, copy 2000, and then 2000 to make it consistent, and it's easier for us to remember, especially when we're adding. Here we need to create more views, so let's go to here, plan views, reflecting ceiling plan, and then just select everything. So you can hold on your control button or just select this one and then hold on shift all the way down, and then click OK, and we'll be able to view what we have. There's nothing actually that is showing. What we can do is we could change the view range to unlimited. Still not visible, so I'm just gonna go right here. We have it onto this roof, and then we're just gonna copy it. I want to double check, so it's right here in the midpoint, and then I'm just gonna copy it. I'm gonna do 1000, I think that's good enough, 4 of them. And then nudge it in place to the location that you want. This one as well is showing, so copy 1000, just leave it like that, And then I'm gonna do 4 as well. You could just align it, AL. Let's just delete it because we want to be consistent. There we go. And then we need to go to 3D again, copy this because we need to add it on this side, which is not showing. So I'm gonna underlay ground and maybe wireframe it so that everything is showing. So here actually it's confusing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it transparent. There we go, so that it's easier for me and it's not all the way down. So I'm gonna copy this 1000. I think that's good. Put it in the middle. And I'm just going to move this one up to this side now. I'm just going to use this, copy, I think that's good enough. Not sure if it's center, but I'm just going to nudge it on the left side. And then I want to make sure there we go. And then here as well, I just want to copy this, and then notch it down. And I want to double check. There we go. So everything looks good. Everything is onto the location. Here I have it right about here as well. And then I think I'm missing one going to the left or right here. So I'm just going to make it 1000 and then double check the spacing. So it looks good. This one is just exact. And then here is good as well. I also want to change this. I'm gonna basically recreate this, but not like a stairs, but instead as a model in place. I think it's easier for us to copy this. So maybe I'm gonna do here at our east elevation and then use wireframe, and then model in place, and then select generic model, and then click extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select one of the walls here. There we go. And then here we could just copy the way it looks, but let's just change the material. So it's still gonna be concrete, but I want to add lights, and we're not going to be able to recreate it using regular stairs. That's why I need to use this. It's still gonna be the same look but with lights. So here, adding this, and then we could just align it to this part. Go to 3D and then just extrude it. Now we could just go finish, select this one, delete, because we're not done yet. I'm going to align it right here. So that looks good, but we need to edit and then add some notch there. What I usually do is I'm going to create a void sweep, pick path, and this will be the path. Click finish, go right here, edit profile, and then we're going to create the profile. I want to be consistent, so I want to know where is this located. Maybe 20 from here, from the top. Maybe 20 again. Let's delete this first and then go below 20. And then 20. Delete this. And then click finish. And then finish. And then you could do cut geometry so that you can see it instantly. And we need to do it 3 more times. So click here, void extrusion or void sweep, select this one, click finish, edit profile, and then 20, all 20 there, 20 here and there. There, click finish and then cut geometry, and let's do it again 2 more times. Pick path, select that, finish, edit profile, 20, and then there we go. This one shouldn't be like that. And then we're just going to trim this. And then lastly, we need to create again void sweep, big path, go back right here, edit profile, and then do this again. finish, cut geometry, and then go to modify again, and then click paint, look for the luminance, and then select that back right there. Make sure you're just highlighting that back. Don't worry if it's see-through at the moment, because once we're in Twinmotion, we're going to change that to a material that is glowing. So now it will look like that. So big difference, looks much better. And then once we set the materials, it will glow much better as well. Next thing we're gonna do is we're just going to add a light around here to make it look nicer. It's either right here or at the top. We already have this, so I think it's just a good idea to just add it around here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one instead, add it in place, and then here not void sweep, but we need to create a sweep. Pick path, and then I'm gonna select this path right here, I'm gonna add there and there, and maybe here. I think that's good enough. And then let's trim and extend here. Actually, this one is not in the same, so I'm gonna trim here, because this one is as you can see, it's not in the same plane, so you cannot actually add this. So might as well, I'm going to add it not like this, but I'm going to close this off, go to our south elevation. It's a lot easier, and then pick path, or not the path, but I'm just gonna create it as an extrusion. It's gonna be much easier to work with. And then I'm gonna select this plane, and then here this will be just 5, and I'm going to create this and then offset 5 again, spacebar to go to other way, and maybe I'm just going to move this one all the way to the top. Not sure if this one is showing. I'm just gonna leave it here for it now, or actually I'm just going to just do this, click finish, and then this one should be changed to luminance. select that and then press OK and then click finish. And we need to double check how it looks in our 3D. So like I said there, we need to edit and lower this one. Go to south, edit extrusion, and just these two lines needs to go down a bit. So that's good. So it will light up once we select that material there. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the materials and also we edited this staircase, the front staircase. So now we're going to continue working on this. I want to add in the gate, so the front. So here what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go to our south elevation and we're gonna work on this, but before that I want to go back to ground and we're going to create a copy of this boundary wall. So edit type, duplicate, and then boundary wall number 2, edit, and then here we're gonna change the material so we could also duplicate this so that to make it easier for us, so we don't need to look for a different material. So this is boundary wall number 2, CS on that, and we're just gonna simply create a rectangle right here, and then we're gonna put this back to boundary wall number 1, and then we're just gonna copy this to all the ends of this. Oops, we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna make sure this simply like that. So I'm gonna copy this and then attach it onto this wall as well, and then we could just connect them. Even though it's just simply over on this part, that's fine. The most important thing is we're just adding all this post into this location. I might have to add it on this one as well, so yeah, why not, to make it consistent. And then this one is simply just adding right here, and then we're gonna clean it up later on. I'm going to nudge this one in place like that, and then simply add in right here, and then lastly and then this one is just about cleaning up. We could just move this one to the edge, clicking on top so that everything is highlighted, and then here just cleaning up. So we're just going to add those, and then here we're just going to nudge it on the right side just to make it look much better. So here we have something that looks like this. We'll be able to just drag this down. So we're going to drag this down a little bit, and I'm going to add in the so we're going to add gates here, and then we're also going to add some fence. a metal fence here. So here I'm just going to use align and then align it as well. So to make it consistent with the height. And then here we're gonna do a gate. So for our carport, and then we have an entrance gate here as well. So that's looking good. Now we could go to our south elevation and we could create our let's create the fence first, our metal fence for our border wall. So what I'm gonna do is going to go to architecture, drop down component and model in place, and then look for generic model. And then here we're going to create an extrusion and then pick a plane, and then we're going to select the wall right here, or this wall, so that it's more near the location. And here we're just going to select a different material, which is a metal material. We could also duplicate any metal material that we could look for. We could also put just aluminum, so that once we put the same materials for this one, and then we could just duplicate this. So aluminum number 1, and here we're going to select rectangle. So we're gonna do rectangle, all of this, openings right here, and then also here. And then after that, let's create an offset, maybe a 25 offset, and then we need this space bar so that it goes from the inside. I'm just doing this all together so that it's easier for us, and we could just do it one at the all at once. So here, let's go to 3D to see it much better, and we need to pull it out. So here I'm going to pull it out. There we go. So it will look like that. And then we're just going to create a groove. So we need to go to ground, or maybe level 1, and we need to add it. So create an extrusion, set, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose, we need to tab maybe on top of this. And then same material, click this rectangle, and we're just going to create this. Okay, let's make it easier for us to remember. So 50, and then click finish first, make it at least 200 so that we can see the extrusion part. It's not going to be, so here, let's just align it at the top. AL, and then click on tab, and then select this, and then we could just pull this one back, and then there we go. So now this is created. Go back to level 1, select this, and then here we need to array it. The only problem with this is we can only create an array here. Let me double check if I could just copy this. So actually we're just gonna copy this. It's easier for me to manipulate. So here, copy, and then make sure multiple is checked, and then we're just going to individually add all of this. I want to see the spacing. So let's double check the way this one is done. I think that's good enough. Yeah, I think that's good enough. So I'm gonna just add this part onto the here. So I'm gonna create a copy from here and then just add. Of course, you can select multiple, and then here we're just going to put it in the middle so that everything is equally parted ways. I'm going to select this again, create a copy, and then add this one right here, and then copy this one so that it's the same spacing with the rest, to make it more constant. And then just click on finish, and we have our metal fence. In terms of what we're gonna do at the top here, I'm probably going to make it simple, a box style, and then with lighting around it, so it will look like those light posts. So I'm gonna do that instead to make it easier for everyone, and then probably make it the same material, aluminum one on this one. So let's go to ground, or let's actually go to south elevation again, and we're going to add in the gates now. We can add in the gate first right here, and then another gate over here. So let me do that first. So actually, let's select this, edit in place, extrusion, and then pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane again. And then here I'm going to make two of them. So now I'm selecting here all the way, so I'm gonna nudge it in place so that we have spacing. And then here we're going to go into the middle. So I'm gonna select, I'm gonna create a line in between here. I think this is the midpoint, and then I'm just going to drag this one until we enjoin them, and we could just think this is good enough. And then we're gonna have some gap. There we go. And then do the same thing, 25 offset, and then we need to space bar so that it goes from the inside. And then here we need offset from below so that it's not dragging into the floor. So I believe that's good. Spacing is good. We could just click finish and then go to 3D or ground in order for us to push to the specific location. I think that's good enough. So we have this one, but we're going to create another extrusion, which will be this one. Here we're going to click finish and then align it again from the bottom and then from the top. AL and then align it from here to there. So that's good. And then here we could clearly do an array. It's easier for us, and then we're just gonna copy the same thing. So I'm just gonna give it some space right here. To do array, click the extrusion, select this part, so you can type in AR as well, and we need to click last, and here we go by the number, so maybe 16 first, and then grab it and then add it into the middle. I think the gaps are too big, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to maybe 20 to make it look nicer. Click finish. I want to see how it looks, and good enough for me. So I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this, edit in place, go to our south, or so our ground, and then we're just gonna copy this. So just simply copy CO, and then we need to be mindful of the gap. I think that's good enough that we have that, and then we can just click on finish. So we have our gate. Now it's looking good. It looks much better now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna basically going to extend this just to make it look better. I'm going to add something right here at the edge right here. I'll just go over here and then just going to trim and extend, and then delete this, or actually trim and extend over here and then here. I think that's good enough, so that it is all covered. Of course, we're going to add in, I'm planning on adding some maybe bushes here, so a planter or something, so something that we can do as well. And then just to make it look nice, but let's finish the gate first. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to south elevation and select this, so that we could just edit in place and we could just add on. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select the same plane, because we can always just push it back and select here and then select here. I'm going to align the way this one is, line 2, so that we are good with the gaps, and then I just nudge a little bit on each side, and then here select offset of 25, and then space bar again to go inside. Click finish, go to 3D, or go to ground, and then you just need to be aligned to everything. So AL, there we go. There we go. So everything is aligned now. And then create another extrusion, which will be this. I forgot this one. I think this is 50 as well. Actually, before this, I'm just going to end this extrusion. I actually want to go back to south, going to edit this extrusion. Don't worry, it's going to be easy addition. I just want something like this, or just another line. I'm just going to copy this, CO, something like this, and then we just need to SL, split element on this, and TR. There we go. Then SL, add, and then split element. Here we could just nudge it, maybe same like as the door, the main door, and then we could add in our number here, our door number or our house number, and then click finish, and then we just need to go to ground and then add in our information. So create extrusion and then add, make it 50, these to be consistent with others, and then here go to 3D, align it at the top and on the bottom, click on tab, there we go, and then here I'm just going to just repeat it manually. The reason for that is so that I could just add in something onto this side. I'm good with this, and then I'm just going to add something here. Go to south, create extrusion, pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this plane right here, and then I'm going to just cover this with I'm gonna put wood material, maybe this one, and then duplicate, apply, okay, and then click finish, go to 3D, first the ground, so that we can just push it backwards like that, and then I just want it to be a little bit there's a nicer look onto this, so it's indented. So here we could go to our south elevation and go to architecture, and we could just basically add a model text, pick a plane, and here select this. For now, let's just add it, and then we can edit the type, duplicate, this will be house number, change the size, probably 50, I'll make it bigger, at least 100, and then here the depth 25, and then material, let's change it to a metal material again. I'm good with aluminum. 1, and then model text is 30 Kennedy Drive. Let's see how it looks. Of course, it's too big. I'm just going to change it to 30D. I think that's good enough. RO, we're just going to rotate it nicely, and then we could just add something like that. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the gate, and then we added some house number right here. Now we're going to continue working on this. What I want to do is to finish off the one that we're going to place on the top here, and then we're probably going to add some planter box here so that we can put some bushes. So now let's go and let's see if it's visible in level 2, but level 1 I believe. So here I'm just going to add all of those detail. I'm gonna create a model in place, and then this will be generic model. Press OK, and we're gonna create an extrusion, and we're gonna set it on top. So we're going to set it here. The problem with this is we're not going to be able to set it here because of the view range. So I'm going to close this, go to level 2, and in level 2, close this first. We need to change the view range, or we could just add in an underlay. Let's create an underlay first. Level 1. There we go. And then here you'll be able to add it here. It's easier to add. So let's do it again. Component, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then OK. Create an extrusion, set it, and pick a plane, which is the top of here. So now we could just click rectangle, and let's create this first. I'm going to change this to a metal material. Let's do the aluminum, or actually let's change it. So aluminum, but another material, duplicated. Check this one. It looks very simple, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete this, and I'm going to create a blend. So here I'm going to set, pick a plane, and I'm going to select at the top here. So let's go the bottom first, and then change this first to aluminum. Duplicate this, and then we have the bottom. Now edit the top. Here we need to create the top. I'm going to offset this by 35. Make it more actually. And then click finish. Let's see it. So I think that's good enough. I like the shape that I created. And then we're going to create a void sweep, and we're going to edit path, click finish, and then edit profile, and we're just going to maybe add 50 on the top, maybe 20. And then 20 right here, and then close it off, and then you could just delete this. Click finish, and then cut geometry, and then after that let's create, actually not create, modify, and then paint, and then look for the luminance there. So select that, make sure you're just selecting the one at the back, there we go, and then one more at the back. You can select this first. Let's go around here, sorry. There we go. There we go. So click done, and then click finish. And then here we're just going to edit that, and then go to level 2, and then copy that. Hopefully we're going to be able to copy everything. I'm just going to CEO, and then click multiple, and then select all of this. And then click finish, and the only thing that is missing is we need to add in the paint. So let's do one side first. There we go, and then kind of flip it. Just going to do it like this. Oops, not that one. There we go. That's the only hassle when we copy this, because the changes that we applied on that is only on the first one, so the paint basically. So now everything looks good, done, and then click finish. So we basically have the topper there. And then here we could just extend it a little bit so that we could get our planter added. I'm going to make it actually simple enough, because I'm just going to edit and then duplicate this wall number 3, but the thickness should be just maybe 50. I'm gonna make it very small. This one is I'm going to ground, and then go to wall, boundary wall, and change it to boundary wall number 3, and then this will be a lot easier. There we go. I'm planning on aligning this AL. There we go. And aligning it here. AL. So we need to unjoin them first. And then connect. There we go. This one is connected as well, and I'm going to lower it a bit. So AL, I think that's good enough, and then I'll just fill it up. I think that's good, and then I'm just gonna copy the same thing. I'm going to copy the same thing to the corner. And then I'm just going to align it. AL. And then just push it. AL. There we go. I think that's good enough, and we could just add the ground there. So I'm gonna use a model in place, generic model, and then we're going to put grass here. Extrusion, and then grass. This is good, and I'm just going to add it like this. Click finish, go to 3D, and then we just need to pull it down all the way down, and then just have it like that. There we go. So I think that's good enough. It looks good. We're gonna put some grass, something right here that it will look really nice, and we could just finish this off. So at least we're done with this. We could add in the road right here. So let's go to ground again. What I want to do is go to architecture, floor, just click here, and then edit, duplicate, floor number 9, and then this one, let's go concrete. Let's use this and duplicate. And we could just don't put any offset, and we're just going to, we can add in the sidewalk if you want to, but let's add this one first. So here we could just put maybe 12,000. So that's good enough. This will be the road. Push it all the way here on the side and then there. So that's good. And then we're going to add another floor. Edit. For actually here, let's continue. Let's just close this off. The next thing that I want to do is add our knee so that it looks more realistic. So here I'm gonna duplicate this boundary wall, number 4. Change this, duplicate the material, and then here I'm just going to add an extra one onto this side. Of course, you need to put this back to boundary wall number 1, and this is the 4 only. And then here, of course, let's just create an opening, for example, and then this is their property. Okay, and then we're gonna just create something right here, a house, and then another one. Let's create one more right here on this side. The different wall, and then this one is duplicated as well. We're just going to set a different material so that it will still look good. I want to change it a little bit. I want to add something different. I'm gonna put in the ground now. So here I'm gonna edit, just add ground right here, click finish, edit, duplicate for number 10, and we could just change this, duplicate again. And then this one here as well, duplicate. So let's add it first and then duplicate it afterwards. Press OK and then OK. This one, actually just push it all the way right here. make sure everything looks good. I'm gonna add in some trees and bushes here if I want later on. Change the height so that I give it some changes. Maybe this one is higher, who knows. So there we go. That's good enough. And then I'm gonna create a sidewalk and then grass on this side. So CS, edit, duplicate 12, and then put in grass. Let's put grass around here and around here. I'm gonna pick this one. And then trim and extend on all of this. Trim and extend here. And then we could just clean this up. There we go. You can put it outside and then click finish. Don't attach it. It will look like this. And then maybe another one. CS, another floor, all the way right here, but modified sub element. Go to 3D and then put this one at 6,000 or more. I'm gonna put it all the way. Maybe 40,000. And then this one as well. 40,000. There we go. I think that's good enough. Going all the way up. I'm gonna fill it up with some stuff there. And then let's see how it looks. And then let's just go to the ground and just quickly add exterior wall number 2 duplicate, duplicate this one, then just add a house here. Without offset, and then maybe another one, CS, on this side. And then we could just add something right here. I'm gonna make it a different roof, so south, make it east, wireframe hidden. So here is, I'm going to level 3, top offset around negative 2000, and then we're going to use roof, and then define slope, edit, duplicate, shingles, asphalt shingles, okay, okay. I'm going to duplicate that shingle because we use this as well. And then I'm going to just simply add this, offset probably 200, and then click finish. And then here as well, onto this side, edit, duplicate, roof number 3. I'm changing the materials or duplicating the materials so that I could add the different materials in Twinmotion. And then here we could add something like here, but I'm checking define slope here onto this side. Click finish, and then go to 3D, and then we could just click here and attach. And it will fix itself from the roof. There we go. So simple houses, and we could just add in windows. So for example, here we have different kinds of windows that we could just add here. Very simple. And then double hang here. There we go. So we could actually go to our south elevation and then just align them all together. doesn't look right if it's not aligned properly. I'm just gonna copy the sill height so that it changes properly. There we go. There we go. I think that's good enough. And of course, let's change this, duplicate, and then change this one as well. And then maybe just add one more onto this side, the visible side right here, and then maybe one more here, or two. That's good enough. And then here as well. And then just copy this, just to be consistent in terms of leveling. Okay, so I think that's good enough. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create our site. So basically, we added our floor and then we added some houses on the sides. Now we're just going to continue on this. And then we're gonna do some cleanups as well. So we're gonna add some details on others. So here I'm gonna go to ground, and maybe I'm gonna split this, so SL, and then right here. So we give an opening onto this. So their driveway, of course, it's not gonna be visible, but we'll be able to add some cars when we're doing a walkthrough. And also we're going to add something here. So select this one, CS, that's floor number 12, and that's a grass floor. So we're gonna add grass on this side as well. So we added that grass, and we're gonna see how this one looks. I'm still good with this, but I would like to lower it a bit. I'm thinking of maybe putting it a little bit below. I'm just trying to see if I'm be able to select this one. So maybe 20,000 instead. So let me modify this. And then just type in 20,000. I think that's good enough. Not too high, not too low. 20,000. And then in the ground, we're going to create a model in place so that we could add some side streets here. Our sidewalk. Sorry. So Here, let's go to component, model in place, and then we're gonna choose generic model. Press OK, and we're gonna create an extrusion. We're gonna set it, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this right here. And then here, we're going to create, let's do it on this side first. Here, we're going to do 2000 and then 2000 on the other side. And then here we're gonna just do maybe 150 in terms of the height, and then here we're going to do 2000 as well. There we go. And then we're gonna create a curve on this, so don't worry. I just want to see the look. And then we're gonna create this one as well on this side. Copy. There we go. And then now we need to click fillet arc, and we're just going to arc this one. Maybe 1600 is the proper arc size for this. And then we could just clean it up later on. Select this 1600 and then 1600 here as well. So click finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. And then of course it's not grass, so we need to create maybe one of the concrete. So concrete, select this but duplicate it, apply, OK, and then let's copy this for sure, because we're going to add something here to add some details. I'm probably going to push this back a little bit, so I'm gonna create an extrusion and then push this back a little, just because I don't want it to I just want to have it all the way to the back like that. Something like that. We can even offset this, so maybe just 100, so that it's not too much. And I believe it's touching all the way here, but we're gonna add in some details right here. So I'm just gonna click finish and see how this one looks. I'm just going to add this one all the way here. Don't attach, and then just cleaning up all those gaps. And then we could select this again, edit in place, and the way we're gonna do it is sweep and then pick path. I'm going to select this path first. So unfortunately we need to do it something like this, because we have different sweep areas. So one here, one also here, here, and here. So there's 4 here and 5 on the other side. And then the number 5 on the other side. So edit profile, and then you want to make sure to paste the material that we use on the other side. And then here we need to be consistent and just add this one like that. In terms of, let's make it 50, and then let's arc it. In terms of arc, we have maybe 20, so that's good enough. There we go. Then we need to do it on the other side. Sweep is good, and then we need to do another one. Edit this one, create sweep again, big path, there we go. I think that's good enough. Go here, edit, and then this is 50. And then 20 on the arc. And then click finish, and then finish. So that's good with that. I'm probably going to move this one all the way here. So I'm gonna do that later on. So this 2 is good. Now we're gonna do on this side. Create sweep, pick path first, select 3D, and do all the sides right here. Click finish on that, edit profile, and then create your profile. This one is 50, and then arc it by 20. Click finish, and then finish. Do it on this side again. Big path. Select all the sides. I think that's good enough there. Click finish, edit profile, select, create the profile. This one's 50, and then 20 for the arc. And then click finish. And then lastly, we're gonna create one long one on the other side. So now pick path. There's only one long one, edit profile. Select this, look for this. This one's 50, and then the arc. And then type in 20, and then click finish, and then finish. And with the simple look like that, as you can see, we make it much better. And then let's fix some of the issues we have here. I'm going to align it to this and join, and then align it here. So that's good, very simple. And then we're just gonna fill this one with some trees all throughout, and then at the back as well. So different kind of, and then maybe here we're gonna put in some bushes, so we could change this to grass on this side. So I'm just going to leave it like that, and then trim this one out, and then trim here. And then I'm gonna select this CS, and we're going to add grass part here. And we want to make sure that everything is aligned so that we don't have gap. Click finish, and then don't worry about overlapping. It's not something that we're gonna be seeing a lot. So we have some plants that we're gonna add here, bushes, and just to cover up. You don't need all the details here. It's a very simple house. It's only for background purpose. And then we're gonna fill this one with trees as well. So we're good with this. Let's go to ground. I want to set our starting view. So every time we open our project, I want to see this. So, and also this is the one that we're gonna render later on. So click camera, and then let's select here, and then this is the view range. So make sure all the way to the back if you want, so that you'll see everything. And then here we can change this to realistic, and then you can rotate this if you want to. So in terms of here, realistic, and then as you can see, we have a good background because everything is, we have a background on this side and on the other side as well. So that looks good. So even though we haven't set the materials yet, the proper materials, but that's fine because we're going to be able to see it in Twinmotion. So now to set that one, we need to go to manage, and we need to click on the starting view, and this is 3D view number 1, so we need to choose this. So 3D view 1. So this is what they're gonna be able to see when they open our project. So you can save that one, and then next thing we're gonna do is just go to 3D, and I want to add a door onto this one. Let's create, or let's just add a simple door like that, and maybe another one onto this part. There we go. So at least we have some door there. Go to ground and just copy this. There we go. And then add something here so that to be consistent. And then just flip this one. Flip this one out. And we have those details done. We're good to go. And we could start separating the room. So we have this room separator. We have room here, family room. We have kitchen here, so we could just separate this one, and then maybe separate this one as well. We have the stairs right there, and then right here. We have one right here as well. So we have, actually we could just have delete this and then just have this one right here. We could just delete this. So have this one for our dining area. We have our foyer here, powder room, and those kind of stuff. Let's go to level 2 to see our changes. Let's pick none. We have the open below here that you need to add, and then just corridor right here. So we're good. We can add in room. So we could add, actually just delete this first. We're gonna add something here, because some of them and then we're just going to just simply add those parts right there. We need to delete this, we need to close this off. So basically room tag, this one, this is our playroom. We have some tags here already, so just show the tag. Stairs, this is our powder room. Foyer, this is our carport, and then here we just need to add tag room. This is our pantry, this is our kitchen. We need to separate this actually, so room separator. I'm going to just add we need to connect it to a wall right here. So now this is the room for our living. And then this will be kitchen. You can put kitchen and breakfast nook. This is needs this is driver, and this one is our dining. Playroom, carport, foyer, stairs, powder room, and then we have level 2 that we could add rooms. So we already have rooms there, we just need to add home office, family room, corridor, bedroom 2, walk-in closet, ensuite, that's fine, bedroom 1, this is our master's bedroom, washroom 2, and we're good with all the tags, room tags and all those kind of stuff. And then in the next video we'll be able to just create our sheets, and I'll show you how to create that. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model. Now I'm gonna show you how to create sheets. So if you go right here, there will be sheet on our project browser, and then you need to right click new sheet. A0 metric is already loaded, but if you want a different title block, just go to title blocks right here, and you have different kinds of sheet size. So here I'm just gonna use A0 metric and press OK, and we'll be able to have our sheet. We're gonna actually keep on creating sheets, so just press OK until we create 5. So if you notice, it will be on sequence. So if you change the numbering or the naming of this, it will actually follow along, because Revit recognizes the sequencing. So here I'm just going to leave it at A101 until A105, and then you'll be able to change here, or you can double click, you can change the naming right here. So here owner is ACD, and then this is a project house, and then here under you can put cover sheet. So let's go all caps, and then you can change it here as well. So next one is first floor, and then second floor on this one, and then you can double click here and change it right here, elevation. You can copy this and then add it, elevation, and then elevation. So now everything is set up. We'll be able to create our cover sheet. The 3D view that we created for our starting view, the 3D view number 1, we'll make that as our rendering. So we're gonna go to insert, actually under view, and then we have rendering here. We're just gonna render it locally, and then we're gonna set this one to draft, and we're gonna leave it in draft because that's the lowest quality settings that we can do, and it will be just fast. If you go high, best, or custom, that will take a while. So either way, whatever you choose, you need to be patient if you go above here. So just click on render, just leave it at scheme exterior stand only, and then click render, and then it will render. It will be just a couple of seconds, so it's not going to be too much that I need to pause the video. So once it's done, we'll be able to adjust the exposure. So here, click adjust, and then once you change anything, for example here, if you click apply, you will see the changes instantly. So you'll be able to just drag it here and then change it on the other side, so that you'll be able to see the rendering that you're creating. And then of course you can always reset it. Then once you're good with all of this, you can press OK, and then make sure to save your project. Once you create this, you can change the name as well. A rendering will be created on your project browser, and this one you'll be able to drag and drop, and then we'll be able to scale it a lot. And you can also export the rendering file. So for example, if you want to download this, you can export it to your desktop, and then you'll be able to have that rendering in your desktop. So now we're good with this. We can go back to cover sheet and then go to rendering right here, and then drag and drop. And the good thing about a rendering or an image that you added is you'll be able to scale it, make it big. And then of course we have this viewport right here, title line, no title line. So here we'll be able to just adjust it to how big we want it to be. Usually we could just showcase what it looks like that. Next, I want to add in our drawing list. So create that, we need to go to our schedule, right click here, and then sheet list. And the one that I want to do is just the sheet number, drag it on the other side to add the parameter, and then sheet name. So drag it again to our parameter. If you don't want it, just select this and then remove the parameter. So it's very easy, just putting it on the right side will be added. So now we need to click OK, and it will create, go to cover sheet, and then go right here and then drag it. Of course it doesn't look good yet, we could just change it up so it looks like this. So go here, double click, and then filter, and then appearances. I don't want the gap here, so I'm gonna uncheck this. And then the only thing that I need to do is I want the title to be really big, so around 7, and then maybe 6 for this, and then the body will be 5. Press OK, and then I want this one to be drawing list, all caps. And then once we go to cover sheet, it will be changed like that. We'll be able to extend this to whatever we want, how big we want it, and this will be automatic. So if, for example, you need to delete this, it will delete here as well. So it's very parametric, and you don't need to do anything once you have this. If you added another sheet, it will be automatic on this drawing list. So it's not like AutoCAD that you need to manually add all the sheets. So here you could just leave it like this now, and then everything will be changed instantly. So now let's go to our first floor, and the way you add a floor plan is you go right here and then drag it. But if you notice, this is too big for it, or it's good enough, but we need to crop it. So what I usually do is just delete it for now, go to level 1, and then here we need to check all of this first. And then here we have our crop, and then we could just crop it to the size that we want. And even though you go past the grid lines, don't worry, grid lines will follow along. So for example here, it will follow along, so you don't need to worry about those. So if you want it to be like this, you can just leave it like that. And then now we're ready to drag and drop this. And then we have our level 1 added, but I don't want the level 1 name here. I want it to be first floor because that's the name of the title on the sheet. So but I don't want to change the leveling or the naming convention that we have here because it's very organized already. So what you have to do is just select this, and we have the title on sheet right here. So once you select that, you'll be able to type in whatever you want, but I'm gonna put first floor. And then once you're done, click right here again, and then click apply. And as you can see, it changed. Press escape, select here, and then you'll be able to change the line, and then you will be able to select this one again, and you'll be able to move it whatever location you want to. Most of the time we add border lines. So for example here, we need to create a detail line. I create, so for example 20 by 20 first, and then add this one. So that's my border now. I delete this, click on tab to highlight those parts, and then I'll be able to just add this one, pull it up a little bit, make it nice, and then you can have it located like that, so it looks more professional. So don't worry if you have the level 1, we still have this one showing. You can just uncheck this, it will disappear. So even though if you leave it like this, once you print it, this crop region is not going to be visible in the printout. So either you have it or not, that will be fine. But for me, I want it to be, I want it to look good, so just for my visual, so I'm just gonna uncheck that, but you could just leave it, don't worry. So here I'm just gonna copy this, so select, click on tab, control C, and go to second floor, and we want to add those lines already. So click on tab, control C, and then add those lines, so we don't need to do the manual addition of the lines already. We could just crop it. Here we need to crop it as well, similar to what we did. So we need to check all of this, apply, and then crop it to the size that we want, similar to what we did earlier. And if you're cropping the grid line, that's fine. It's not going to be an issue because it will follow along. So now we have our second floor, add it right here as well. Pull this one up, nudge it in place so that we don't have it too much like that, and then change the name. We need to change it from here, second floor, click on the right side and then click apply, select here in order for you to drag this line, the title line. You can nudge this one at the top and then nudge this one in place. So that looks good, and we need to go to our elevation. Similar to what we did on our floor plan, you need to assess how big and how it is looking on your sheet. So for me, I'm gonna go and add the east elevation, and as you can see, it's very small, so we can make it actually big. So what we can do is go to east elevation, change this to maybe 1:50, crop it so that this one is visible, because we increased the size already, so we don't need all of this to be visible in our crop view. You'll be able to add fine, and then you could do shaded color if you want. You can also put a background, so graphic display, you'll be able to create a background with gradient. That is something that I usually like. And then crop this, and then now if we see it, go to our elevation, go east, and then add it. As you can see, it looks really good. We just need to change or crop this part, and everything will fit nicely. And then we'll be able to notch it in place and then add the same thing what we did to our north. So let's do that. So let's change it to 50, check all of this, crop it properly to the size that we want, crop also the top part and then the bottom so that they fit properly. Click it fine, shaded, and then add a background of gradient to look nice. And then you just need to simply drag and drop, and it will look like that. That looks very good. I like the way it changes the perception. So now you just need to do it on the last two, and then we'll be able to print, create a sheet list or sheet set, so that you don't need to keep on selecting all the print. you will have a preset of the sheets that you want to print. So here, go to Fine, change this one to Shaded, go back again, Graphic Display, and then go to Background, and then Gradient. Click Apply, and then OK. So lastly, we need to go on our west elevation, change our scale, select all of those, crop this one, and then crop this one. And as you can see, it's not visible on our project because we have something like here. So what you need to do is go to level 1. You need to uncheck this one first. Maybe uncheck all of this. And then we need to see where so you need to go VG and then type in E under annotation category. We have our elevation here, but it's not visible, so I need to know where our elevations are. So I want to see, maybe it's not here, so let's go to ground. So here underground it's more visible, sorry. So I'm gonna uncrop this, uncheck those, and then just go to ground, and then we need to just move this one right here and then move this one onto this side. So now it's more visible on all of our elevation. So if we check here, south, west, still there, we could just then hide this, just to be sure that everything is visible on our part. We could just hide element and then hide this one as well. So basically we're forcing it to hide. It's not something that is gonna be bothersome, but at least we did our part now, and we just need to crop this, and then we need to add in the background. Gradient, apply, OK, and then let's double check anything we need to do, and then go to elevation and then drop south and west, something like that, and then here is the west, so it looks good. I think here, so west, I need to change the background. So gradient already, so I'll just leave it like that now. And then here we could click on print. We're ready to print all of this, so we're just gonna do a simple print out. Select here, make sure to put it back to combine, or else it will create separate files. Select here, uncheck this, and then check all. So all of this you need to save as, so that you could put full set, so that our preset a full set of our project. Press OK, and then we could just press OK as well. Now it will print for us for the PDF, and we want it to be printed onto our desktop first. And then once it's done, we'll be able to double check how it looks. So right now, let's double check. So this is our cover sheet. We have our drawing list right here. We have our first floor, second floor. We have our 4 elevations into our 2 sheets right here. So everything looks good, and we'll be able to send it to Twinmotion on our next video. and we'll be able to render a walkthrough and then a still photos. So thank you for watching, and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our model and we create our sheets. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what we need to do is go to our 3D view, and then we wanna make sure that we're in fine, and then we need to save this, and we need to go to our Twinmotion. So I'm going to our Datasmith. Here in Twinmotion, we're just going to see in Twinmotion so that we could just open the Twinmotion program. But we really need to do is to go to Datasmith, and then we need to export this as a Datasmith file and save it to the location that we want to. So now let's just wait for this one to sync, and then we need to go and save this. So I'm gonna create a location where we are gonna save this. So basically, for example, here's the location. I'm just gonna copy the link and then wait for this one to open. This is what I have recently, like the most current for me, but I know there's Twinmotion versions that are always updating, so you want to make sure that you always do that, and then go to Datasmith and then export to Datasmith file, and we're just going to save this to the location which is we already have. You can change the name if you want to, but I'm just gonna save it like as is. So save it there, and then once you save that, go back to your Twinmotion, and here you just need to select the theme that you want. But for me, I'm just gonna leave it as the default. I'm going to delete this, so delete those ones, and you need to go to import and then select this one, and then just click open right here, and then paste the location again, and then here we go. So it's easier for us to locate, we don't need to look for it. And then after that, you just want to leave it as is, and then click import, and then press OK on this. And as you can see, we have our model, and what we could do is I'm gonna double check how this one is. Looks like everything is good. We don't need to lower the starting ground anymore, so I'm good with that. The only problem we have on that is, as you can see, we have our model like that. Basically, it's not the one that is lowered, or it's the starting ground as well, so that's fine. It's not something that we need to do anyway. We could just add a material for the pool here, and it's not gonna be visible anymore. So right now, what you need to do first is you need to save this. So save as, and then you need to go to Twinmotion and then save this. So once you save, you need to sign in to Epic Games in order for you to access HDRI, Megascan, SketchUp, Adobe Substance 3D. Those are the materials, the objects that you will need to, so that you'll be able to add everything. So now that we're here, we need to go to materials, and I want to select the glass. I'm going to use this one, clear glass, and come to the right side and we could change the tint and opacity, so we could change those, and we could basically change it up once we're checking the rendering format or the way it reflects. So we can always come back to those. And then what I usually do as well is go to ambience, go to camera, and this is very important, this camera effect, I believe, and then you need to check parallelism, so everything will be parallel all the time and it will be a much better view. And then go right here, we can check HDRI environment, and then here we could click on backdrop HDRI, and then later on we could change this, or we could change it now since we're already here. Go to outdoor, and usually what I use is tea garden. So what we need to do is go right here, drag it on this, and as you can see we have that. We'll be able to change the rotation right here and to make it bigger or smaller depending on, so here size, we could increase it. So as you can see, we could increase it like that, and then after this we'll be able to projector offset, so we could even tilt it if you want, but let's leave it like that for now. The only thing that I don't like here is that once we have this, as you can see, the background as well is too much. We might change it to shady part. Let's see how it looks. I just want a clear background as well, and maybe yellow fields as well. Let's see how it looks. We need to rotate this. It looks good, but I just want a clear background, so maybe I'll just leave it like this. Approaching sun, and then change the rotation, and I think this is good enough for me. I'm happy with this, so I could add in more of the background there. So we could fill this up with trees and everything like that. So after this, I also go to camera or the FX, render, environment, I think camera, I believe. Here, under color gradient, I usually use blue tint, but maybe we could change it up later on depending on how we view the render. So let's leave it like that for now, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep on adding materials first. So here I want a metal material, aluminum. So I believe I already set this one, so we need to click this picker, set this one, and this is aluminum already, and we need to make it dark, and we need to increase metalness. Maybe for this one we could leave it as is for now, and then the metalness for sure. And then what we could do is we could apply it with this one as well. And then the baluster. So those are good. And then we could do is roof covering. For the roof covering, we need shingles. We could do this and then increase the scale for us to see. So this one's actually, I don't like it. Maybe this one is good enough. Scale it. Yeah, this one's good. And then let's change this to something like this to change it up. And then the other one is something like this. I'm just adding this one onto others so that it looks good. And then go back to material again. Metal here, we put matte chrome, and then this color is a little grayish, dark grayish look, and then metalness on. And then in terms of this in the middle, I believe this one is good, or the other one. I'm gonna increase this scale. I think this is perfect. And then here I want a different wood material. There we go. But the only problem with that is it's basically almost the same as this. So might as well change it a bit. Scale it so that we can see all of that. If not, we might add a stone material here. One of my favorite stone material, and we could just have that one there. So actually I'm gonna undo that. Instead I'm going to put this stone material here. And then here we need to change it. So here we need to have another wood material that we haven't used. I'll use this one and then scale it a bit. So that looks good right there. 3 different wood materials. And then here we're gonna put dark concrete here, and then on this one maybe a stone material. On this one I'm going to do black here. Okay, so that's good. And then we need so we got that one there. I'm gonna put a slate here, so that's a slate material on the top. And then let's see, gray stone. So actually no, I'm just going to do a concrete. I think this is good enough, but I want to change it, or another stone material, this one. and then scale it a bit. Here, this material should be same as here. So I'm going to click on pick, and then we should have it here, and then we'll be able to just drop it there. So that looks good. And then for this one, we need, let's see, brush aluminum and then change it to black. That's good. And then for this material, we need neon, and then we need to add this one. So as you can see, it looks good. It's glowing right there, and then everything else follows. In terms of the wall covering, or this one, the white wall, I'm probably going to use satin white. So I'm gonna do satin white, satin painted white, and then I'm just going to keep on adding that to white parts, because you never know what we added there. So that's why I'm just being careful. So you can see that one turns, it looks white, but it wasn't. So that's good right there. I'm happy with that. And then we need to add concrete here. Maybe fine concrete right here. Or I want to have soft concrete there. And then go to ground man-made, and maybe actually this one is my favorite for this part, because I like the grooves that it creates. It looks like the one that we have here in Canada. And then maybe this one. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough there. And then we need to change this to maybe this one, or this one, or maybe this one. And then scaling it. Actually, I don't like it there. Maybe this one is much better. No. Just gonna use this one instead. Okay. Then that one is perfect there. Here we need to go to water first, and then go to pool. Okay, we need, and it's like that. Maybe it's the, it's not changing anything, right? So we could just leave it for now. And then the wood here, and then scale it. I think that's good enough. And then we need to pick this one so that it's the same one, and right here. I think that's good enough. that looks good. I'm happy with the way this one feels. I want to do a quick rendering, maybe low, and then here in low settings it looks good, so I'm happy with this. So we could just click that one, and then we need to add car here. Car paint, we have that one there. So vehicle, we need to add car here. And another car here. And then let's go back to material. And then car paint. I think for this one, you can only change it here. So unfortunately, this car paint material is not for this one. So if you have an imported car, like imported object, and then it's a car, you may probably just use this and it will give you a good color of paint. So I'm just going to add that one there. I'm just going to go and have a stone. There we go. And then here we could have this, scale it a bit so that it looks good. And then here just change it up a bit. So there's something that, not this one. There we go. So that looks good. I want to darken this a bit, so select that, and then here we could darken a little bit. And then here, in terms of their material, maybe we could just put in brick, scale it. There we go. So that's good there. And then here, maybe concrete. Just change it a bit, and then we could add in cars here as well. Like a pickup truck. Change the color. And probably maybe a van here, and then we're gonna add in some trees around here. I'm thinking of removing this one. I'm just gonna remove that one and then just add trees around. I think that's going to be the better option. And I'm just going to do that instead. Just gonna leave it like that. And maybe cars outside. And here, change this one to brown color, just to fill up the area. I think everything is here. I'm probably going to make this one a little bit dark. And then maybe one of this I'm going to add in some veins, like those ivy veins around. So I think this is good start. So let's just continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 21 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the materials on our Twinmotion project. So now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I want to do next is maybe for this background, so leave the camera, and then we need, sorry, the environment actually, the backdrop, and then we need to offset this one. There we go. So that's good. And as you can see, this one is fixed. We just need to add grass. So I'm gonna go on materials, ground, nature, and then grass. Maybe this one is good. Grass number 5, and then 5 here as well. Okay, that's good enough. So next thing is we're going to add the lights. So usually it takes a while to add the lights, but because we know our spacing, that will help us a lot. So here I'm gonna click on tab, and we need to manually add it to the location. Change the speed to number 3 so that you'll be able to add it properly. And then here, there we go. And then after that, we need to change it to at least 5 only, or it will be too much for us. So especially when we're rendering this. So now here we need to add 1 meter and then 3 more. And then after this, we need to just simply add it to the location. If it's not 100%, don't worry about it. The purpose is just adding it. Let's start below right here. And that's good right there. And then make sure this is 5. And then go and add it 3 more times again. and then 1 meter each, and then just manually add it to those locations. And then maybe we could just add one more on this side, but going down and then adding it to this location right here. So I think that's almost good enough right there. So 3 more as well. 1 meter each, 3 more. Oops. I just add 2. I'm just gonna add 1 more. So that's good right there. We need to add all of this as well. We want to make sure that the intensity is just 5 or 10, or else once we're rendering, there's certain you will basically notice it, and it's not gonna be good. So the intensity is too much. Here I know it's 2000, so we need 2 meters and then 2 more. So 2000 millimeters is equivalent to 1 meter or 2 meters. So here 2 meters, number will be 2 more. And there we go. It's in those locations already. So I'm happy with this. The ones at the back, we don't need to worry about that because we're much focused on the front. But if you have time, of course, just add those ones as well. What you can do is you can copy this 4 and then put it, or just like for example here, copy all of this and then just hold on shift and then grab it there, and then manually just move this one to those locations. So you just made your life easy as well. And then let's just finish it up as well. So copy. Oops. Hold on shift and then move this one. And then we, of course, you have an extra here that you need to add and then pull down. And it's up to you to determine now. This right here is I think too much, so let's fix it a bit. This one's good. So what we need to do is to add grass and trees. What I usually do is go right here, populate, and then we need to go foliage, maybe scatter. And then we need to go on our vegetation and then grass, and then here we could choose what we want and then click here and then click, and as you can see it will fill up this one as well. The only problem with this is it's not too accurate, So the ones that are here, we're gonna worry about on this part only for now. So the more that you press, the more it goes and it will fill up. Let's see. I think in this location, what we need to do is we need to do the painting instead. So because this part is something that we cannot control, so basically that's what we have to do. So now here everything looks populated now except for this. So what we need to do on this part is we could select this, and then what we could do is we could do is right click here and then isolate them. So once you isolate them, go to populate, and then you could do paint, and then we could use this one, the same one that we used, and then we could change the diameter. So for example 0.2, and then here we could just basically start painting this. Just because this is too much, so you could change the speed. You have more control, but in terms of how much, so the density, make sure to make it like that. And then here as well, same idea. So you have more control and it's not going over the place. So now once you're done, you can select this, and then you could just right click and then isolate on and off. So right there, as you can see, it looks much better instead of just using that. So here what you can do is you can do the same thing. So right click again here, isolate this, and we need to do populate, paint, same thing, but instead of this one, let's make it 0.5 or a bigger one. The only problem is it's similar to what we did before. So it's just basically up to you how much time you have. So you can do 0.5 and then density, and then click here, and then you can just manually add it. And then of course it takes time, but it's really up to you on how you want this to look. Of course it's much better, as you can see the way this one goes. It's not over. And not just simply like this, but you can control the size as well. So for example here, the size right there, everything follows along. It's not too much, it's not too long. It's still looking good. And the only purpose you have there is not to go over, but because we don't have too much time here, I'm just going to add it like that, and then isolate on and off. Here it's all over the place, but here on this part it looks much better. So I'm just gonna leave it to you guys to decide how you want it. So here in this side as well, as you can see, you need to add as well. So on this side, let's do scatter, and then select that. Maybe here, detail. And see, the difference is a lot. For me, what I use is I'm gonna use scatter on this part and then paint on this part. So that's the way you should do it. And then as you can see, this one looks really good. So now we can add in some bushes. For here, for example, we could do detail grass, not here actually. Leave miscellaneous. I have two wedges right here. We can put 90 degrees there, and then we could just copy this. I'm gonna make it number 4 for the speed, and then as you can see, it's a lot better to handle. And then we could just keep on adding. Maybe here we could do 5 more, and then of course we need to delete this ones. And then this one we could just scale it. Click on tab, scale it, and tab again to put it in place. So that's good right there. That's a good background. For here, we could put in something like that. There we go. Those ivy. Let's just keep on adding it right here. Then we could add it on this wall as well. It's just random that you could do. And then it will give some sort of character to the house. You can go a lot there. Different 2 house that is packed with that. And then you can just keep on overlapping them. And that's good. I also want some changes in the weather. always wants the width, because it set the tempo of the on here. So here I like the after effect, so it's wet and then it looks good right there. And then the way this one does it, we're gonna put in some dead leaves around this. We're gonna put in some trees here. Change it a bit right there. So that looks good right there. And then we need to add some trees. So adding some trees right here. Click here and then just keep on adding. Not too much, but we're going to add it on this side. I think that's good enough. And then here we need a different tree. Maybe this one is good. I'm gonna choose this one. There we go. So by just having that, it looks different. And then here we could just add certain trees randomly at the back. That's for our reflection base. So here just add those. So of course don't put too much, and then here we could just add as well. And then that's for reflection as well. And then of course the background. Go 5 on the speed so that we could go back easily, and then change it to 4 again. And then like that, it looks much better. And then here I'm gonna change the age of that so that it's not too much for the background. Change the age as well. And then this one a little bit, maybe so. I'm gonna do auto on this, and then we're going to change the like that. Of course, depending on the trees, those trees will change in color depending on the season. So for example, for this, it's not going to change. Like for this one, it's not going to change, and the one that we add on the back will not change. And then here, just add in just for background right there. There we go. There. And that looks good. I like the way this one now feels. Change it a bit. there's really no change. And then here just a little bit with the edge, so that we can still see the background. I think that's good enough. That's good enough. So let's stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 22 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add trees, grass, and all of this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And what I want to do is to show you how to create those YouTube shorts, and then the walkthrough that I want to that I usually do. So, and then of course the still pictures. So what we need to do is go to media, and I usually just do the pictures first, the image. So here I'm going to click here, and I want to zoom this. So for me, I want change the camera focal length. So I want this one. Just lower it down a bit. I think that's perfect in terms of height. And then I could still zoom it a little bit more. So I think that's good. So that this is our first. So we could refresh it, and then of course see the rendering. So here I'm going to select high and see how this one shows. So here I'm going to adjust the height and everything, and then we'll see how this one looks. Refresh it again, and then there. So right now I like the way this one's look. I don't know if this is the center. We could check. And we'll want to center it a bit. I think somewhat the center, and refresh it. And then as you can see, it looks good. We could actually put some curtain here, but having this one at the background looks amazing. We could actually change the effects. Let's see if it's none is much better, or it will give us more character and the warmness, because the blue tint gives us a cool look. So even the none part is good as well. So we don't need to do the blue tint. So I'm gonna click refresh, and then quick media, go to ambience, FX, and then just remove this. And then after this, I'm gonna do this part right here. And then add another one. Go to camera, change the focal length, then change here, and then render as well. Make it high. This one is already high, and then you could just go right here and then add another one so that you still have the focal length. And then add again. Make sure you put this one back and make sure this is high as well. So we have this. You can see everything at the back and everything here as well. So I'm happy with the way that looks. In terms of this glow, it really depends on you if you want to change it. If it's too much, you can change it as well. So after this, I'm gonna click here, and maybe what we could do is this one right here. Just a different point of view, different height, and different zoom in. Everything's still looking good, and then there. So I believe our image or still picture are good. We could quit this now, and then add in our walkthrough. So here, going video, we could start by zooming in. So click here and then make it center a bit, not too far as well. So here, just refresh it again and then go like that. If you're happy with your frames, video frames, and then just change it to maybe 7, and then you can replay it. If it's too slow, change it to 6. So that's good right there. I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go like this. Usually I put this one at 10 seconds, and that's good. I want the rotation to be clean enough. And then usually I do this. I'll put this one to maybe 4 seconds, and then here I'm going to do is the front slide. Add this one, then maybe another 6. And then here I'm just going to do, maybe I'm going to go forward a bit, test it first. Okay, that's good enough. So I'm gonna refresh this. Then we can put this one to 5, and then else can we do? Something like this. This could be 6. I want to go out now, so I'm going to start pulling out. That's 4 here in front. Maybe 5 here, 5 here as well. And then 5 here going out as well. And after this, go back here, duplicate, and then rename this. This will be show reel, and then this will be our shorts. But in our shorts, I will need to change here. So I'm gonna change this one to 700, and then this one to be 1000. So I think that's good enough. And after you're done, you need to save it first, and then go to export, and then add, select all, and then for your image, you want to make sure that this icon is showing. That means it's the path tracer is activated. Okay, so select all of them, and then you just need to start export. It will take some time. Go to the location that you want it. So I'm gonna put it here, so the image and the video will be under this, and usually it takes sometimes because the video and then especially the path tracer is turned on. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.